Cup is the best receptacle for barbecues, tailgates, fairs, and festivals, and you, sir, do not have a pair of testicles if you prefer to. Decomposable, and unlike my home, they are not foreclosable. Freddie Mac kissed my ass. Woo. Red Solo Cup, I fill you up. Let's have a party. Let's have a party. I love you, Red Solo Cup. I lift you up. Proceed to party. Proceed to party. Now, I really love how you're easy to stack, but I really hate how you're easy to crack. Because when beer runs down in front of my back, well, that, my friends, is quite yucky. But I have to admit that the ladies get smitten, admiring how sharply my first name is written on you with a Sharpie when I get to hitting on them to help me get lucky. Red Solo Cup, I fill you up. Let's have a party. Let's have a party. I love you, Red Solo Cup. I lift you up. Proceed to party. Proceed to party. Now I see you in blue and I've seen you in yellow, but only you, Red, will do for this fella, because you are the Abbott to my Costello, and you are the fruit to my Louis. Red Solo Cup, you're more than just plastic. You're more than amazing. You're more than fantastic. And believe me that I'm not the least bit sarcastic when I look at you and say, Red Solo Cup, you're not just a cup.
No.
You're my friend.
Yeah. Light ball.
Thank you for being my friend. Red Solo Cup, I fill you up. Let's have a party. Let's have a party. I love you, Red Solo Cup. I lift you up. Proceed to party. Proceed to party. Red Solo Cup, Red Solo, I fill you up. Let's have a party. Let's have a party. Let's have a party. Red Solo Cup, Red Solo Cup, I fill you up. Let's have a party. Proceed to party.
Yeah!
Now, Red Solo Cup is the best receptacle for barbecues, tailgates, fairs, and festivals, and you, sir, do not have a pair of testicles if you prefer drinking from glass. Hey, Red Solo Cup is cheap and disposable. In 14 years, they are decomposable, and unlike my home, they are not foreclosable. Freddie Mac kissed my ass. Woo. Red Solo Cup, I fill you up. Let's have a party. Let's have a party. I love you, Red Solo Cup. I lift you up. Proceed to party. Proceed to party. Now, I really love how you're easy to stack, but I really hate how you're easy to crack. Because when beer runs down in front of my back, well, that, my friends, is quite yucky. But I have to admit that the ladies get smitten, admiring how sharply my first name is written on you with a Sharpie when I get to hitting on them to help me get lucky. Red Solo Cup, I fill you up. Let's have a party. Let's have a party. I love you, Red Solo Cup. I lift you up, proceed to party, proceed to party. Now I've seen you in blue and I've seen you in yellow, but only you, red, will do for this fella, because you are the abbot to my Costello, and you are the fruit to my loom. Red Solo Cup, you're more than just classic. You're more than amazing. You're more than fantastic. And believe me that I'm not the least bit sarcastic when I look at you and say, Red Solo Cup, you're not just a cup.
No. God, no.
You're my friend.
Friend.
Yeah.
Lifelong.
Thank you for being my friend. Red Solo Cup, I fill you up. Let's have a party. Let's have a party. I love you, Red Solo Cup. I lift you up. Proceed to party. Proceed to party. Red Solo Cup. Red Solo, I fill you up. Let's have a party. Let's have a party. Let's have a party. Let's have a party. Red Solo, Red Solo, I fill you up. Let's have a party. Proceed to party. Oh, oh, oh.
Yeah!
And y'all, I'm here. Howdy. Um, play that today, not for, Toby Keith, who's passed, I hear tell. Wasn't really all that big a fan of his. I do hate that he passed and, fought so gallantly against cancer. I hate that for him and his family. I play that song for an entirely different reason. One that will come into play here in a bit. I've never been a fan of that song either, and still not. It's goofy at best. But it's a happy song for me. You know, I'll get to it in a bit. And why. And why it matters today of all days. Coincidentally enough, on the same day, I guess, Toby Keith passes, which is some weird universe shit, I guess. Just how some things line up some days. I don't know if that's a cat or the neighbor dog. I don't know. Something's hanging out on the steps. Anyway. There's a few things I wanted to touch on today. At least for the next little bit. Probably won't be here long. Lil and I did some of the birthday stuff yesterday. When and where we could, obviously. Trying to avoid the tragedy pimps on the ground and their horse shit and stalking and bullshit. Didn't get into pretty late, so we're doing the birthday cake thing today. Doing some more. It's cool. We're just making it a Mardi Gras thing. We're just gonna roll. But you know, uh, like every year, um, since 2021, we sort of have to wait for a few days at least for these assholes to leave area, at least the main ones, in order to try to get by with getting out and doing all things, because generally around these dates we're locked in pretty tight. Um, Maybe a little pun intended there today. Rough boy. Anyway, and because we know what the fuck they do, and as you can see, so and worse. So we're usually locked down pretty tight on these days, every year, and so we had to wait for the bigger things until after they pull out of fucking town. At least the majority of them, and they just leave the usual stalkers and followers and watchers and creepers and freaking weirdos around. So, and the circus sort of leaves town anyway, but anyway, yeah, it's been a few years of it now. Here till we've got another team out here, and I've had it for like a week and a half prior. Unbeknownst to us and realize how one of these have been here for a while prior to the event the other night. And how long, who knows how long they're staying around. Anyway, so hopefully all the main pieces of shit leave town shortly. I hear tell most are leaving out tonight, but no chance to say, so it'll be a few more days anyway. Little, and I did manage a little bit of stuff yesterday, so we got in pretty late. Had some adventures of the Lost. My co-pilot, man. Tell you what, I thought, what the hell? What kind of directions are you giving me all this? Right? It wasn't co-pilot. It wasn't Little's fault. It was insanity. And I was like, I know this place is right here. Like, has been for years. Where the hell is it? You know, and it's like, turn the damn GPS. What the fuck's going on? And then that sumbitch kept having us go round and round. I was like, what the fuck? We're right there. Yeah. I was like, I know it's there. Anyway, so then eventually enough of a breeze happens to blow to lift up a for lease and sale or whatever sign that was covering the lettering of the building. And it was all dark, of course. And I was like, motherfuck, they've shut it down. So, we just had to go to another location and another place. Yeah, and that explained that. It did not explain why a week ago, though, the owner updated the hours. Still operational hours, but only they'll know. Thanks for the waste of time, asshole. So anyway, yeah, Adventures of the Lost. It was like, wow! Yeah. So anyway, by the time I got in, it's pretty late. Lil was exhausted. But no. So, birthday cake shenanigans and that type of thing today. Blah, blah. I'm still pretty locked in. And then a few more days from now, we'll do major things. But, luckily, Lil and I, in a way, were able to include at least the eldest with us. In a way, last night. So, sort of together, even though far apart. And, all was well and good. So anyway, Lil had a splendid day. Of course, Tell you what, teens. Alright, anyway. So, yeah. And then today we also, even though we're having cake for her, we're having other birthdays in the family today too. So it's several days set of them around here. And then, but yeah, all lined up in a row, one right after the other. Yeah, February's a busy month. I don't know. So anyway, I think others for theirs. I don't remember. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, always has been throughout all the years running. I guess you can tell what certain people are up to during certain times of the year. I guess. So, anyway, so yeah, a squirrel. So anyway, to expound upon all this a bit more in a little more detail, and being locked down here, I would like for you all to, well, technically 10 months probably. But anyway, yeah, it's a family thing. I don't know, man. But anyway, yeah. So anyway, I would like for y'all to think about what you're seeing again, or in these events and dates and whatnot. Um, and I'm not talking about the birthdays and things. I'm talking, well, I mean, summers, yes. Okay. Just like June 15th every year, and marks and the things and how they, tragedy pants shenanigans, and the inundation of the community by them, and the lockdown, MGL, Olivia, the rest, others, nutters, fucking Fruit Loops cross country, I don't know. Looks like Orion and Jen got the hell out of Dodge, though. They didn't even want to have no part of it. They just wanted their Florida vacation on Summer's name and pretend they were looking for a whole week in Florida. Like, them in lockdown trade spots. Seen the post here, and I was like, oh, these motherfuckers done took a vacation to Florida. They're in the middle of winter to look for summer. Oh, yeah, wasn't wrong. And then the piece comes out. We went on a tip that the law enforcement didn't take seriously. Now what, you go jump out in a ditch, pet a spirit, a sudden when your wife oh, really looking for summer. Bullshit. Tragedy been bad, so motherfuckers. Anyway, yeah, that's probably because law enforcement has ways of vetting these things and knowing people are Fruit Loops in about 2 seconds or something doesn't count. And therefore, you didn't really need to take a week to investigate it. You just need to take a week to take a vacation on the Summer's name, everything else, this community and their hearts. And then pretend you're looking for summer. Oh, fuck off. Anyway, in the meantime, Coconut comes the fuck up here to terrorize. I'm like, you can't get a break around this motherfucker. Whatever. You know? Fucking Coconut. Peanut, coconut, I don't care. Fuck that motherfucker. Alright? Gotta know how I feel. Now, didn't old Coconut Britches ain't his whole thing eventually after, and then after MGL kicked him off the team around the fake printed out vax cards and so when he was supposed to come here to Ben Hill to rest with him and he was kicked off the team because he couldn't come. Yeah, there's things behind that. God. And then he didn't come and Queen Bee and everybody else called him Lion Hill. We all did over that. I just, it's a whole thing, okay? If you've been here for all the years, you know. Okay. I tried to get along with this motherfucker, though. I did. I did. I had some hope. I'm like, yeah. They always prove me right, though. That's the problem. They always fucking prove me right. I don't know, Markella. What are you on YouTube watching me right now? What do you mean? Is it live here on YouTube or somewhere else? No, I'm on the fucking Discovery Channel. The Paramount. I don't know. What? HBO Max. It's probably a 900 Discord somewhere. Always is somewhere. For one of these cretins to make their top tier money off of. And be like, see, these are the perks. We offer you exclusive talk shit in the background moments. You can come back here for $49.99 a month for your VIP Discord user. Come to the lounge. Anyway. So, anyway, I don't even know what kind of trolls we're facing today, guys. It's probably not the best. They're running low on us. I know, Flower Girl. I was over in Josh's last night. People were like, Paramount. There was some chit chat. There was some chit chat about the Daily Beast article. Who, wildly enough, is dealing with common sense right now. Yeah, we canceled our Paramount. And sent out pretty emails to one because I have a problem with people calling out. But when you leave it neutral to roll however and be like, we got the side, no, what you're doing, Paramount Plus, is anti-tragedy pimp, tragedy pimp, and then you're helping get eyes on them. I don't like this shit. See, I don't like it. Now, you just can't let them. So, we canceled their shit. Fuck off. But it's a fucking sad day when the Daily Beast is whatever. I shared that article over in the community page. I know a few others have shared it. Not today, sadden. Alright. So anyway, I would like for and notice where that comes in. Notice where it comes in at. It's always weird, isn't it? Weird. If y'all do not make me turn this bus around today, I will fucking do it. I will break out the chunkless and everything. Don't do it. So anyway, I'm in no mood. Alright. So here's the thing. In the way back, you'll remember that And here's the thing. I know what's happening. For some reason, they're building up ice on coconuts, right? And it's because of probably what's going to be pumped out. Over here, bad attention equals good attention. They'll get views up for whatever this motherfucker's going to do. I'd say part of it is going to be about us, some sort of shit. Blah, blah, blah. Right? Wow. What's new? Oh my god. I'm shocked. Oh, hell. You don't say. I don't care. That's like, I'm just over it. Now, because, like, you know what? I do care. But, been through so many cycles of this, man. So many cycles. But they all show themselves in different ways. And I mean, it's, all of a sudden, all the ones that are like, ain't interested in this asshole, don't get enough to do whatever with. They start building up eyes on them by talking shit about them, calling them out for their shit, blah, blah, blah. It's one for all for one around here. And it usually coincides with what's going to happen, which is this dipshit taking back all things here and then posting them once they're out of state and think they're safe from legal charges, criminal and civil, and being tapped easy. It's what the fuck they do. And as you can see, that one had no problems breaking along yesterday on videotape and posting it for content for y'all. The day before, who the fuck really knows? Yeah, trespassing would be a crime, my dude. It really would. And I heard that it tried to be like, but I seen it for sale sign back that way or something. No, you didn't. And that property is under control of other family members, and stuff, etc. Either way, yeah. So definitely it was looked to be committing crimes by here in the state of Tennessee. Now I want you to remember way back after he got kicked off the ship from coming here to harass on occasion, that tragedy pimped that up and wove it and was like, oh no, now I'm pro whatever. Yeah, all this crap. If you've been here, you know. Right? Hopefully you remember at least how this has gone for all these years. And it's rolling the potato thing and the whatever, no matter who wants to fancy that shit up either. But now it drops down out of the universe to supposedly torment and terrorize MGL and all them, at everything they're at, and blah, 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 to where it's guarding against them. It's the good versus, bad, evil versus, its main provocateurs hitting the ground. All the same tragedy pimp group, while half pretend to be anti-tragedy pimps. So, I want you to think about how long that one over there, Coconut Boy, has been parading around under the guise of that shit MGL and Olivia, they've been born, they do to these people and these open and active investigations and harassing and tormenting and terrorizing witnesses and slandering and defamation and all that. I don't agree with it. Even once upon a time, lockdown was super against the way I and Little were being done. The swarping down that shit wasn't right. What was being done to us, whether we were sus or not, was not right. Did not condone it, agree with it. And boy, look at it now. Look at it the past few months as it's become a mouthpiece. Look at what it did while it was here. Sure, you'll also be looking because the eyes and attention put on the next few days of whatever it's going to put out once it thinks, it's far enough away from courts or law enforcement here to not face any consequences. I don't tell it. Probably the same thing I tell Ziggy. Nah, I think some shit's just done. Some of you all have pissed enough off. Be like, nah, we're all over it here. Paperwork's coming and shit, whether you like it or not. So anyway. What you see before it comes here is an admittance that what it's going to do here before it gets here is it and its wifey are going to go up Nun Road, where it thought I still lived, which should also tell you how oblivious it is, even after this, and being a mouthpiece for the main two there, how aware it is of Summer's case, basics, facts, anything really. It's not. Which tell you how much it really cares and how it's trying to solve things or find Summer. It ain't. Anyways, they're about to be a mouthpiece and a cleanser and a bullshitter and to do what the rest do. It proclaims to hate and be against. It's a provocateur on the ground. It's a fucking clown show. At least the others, they attempt some sort of intelligence. That one just, it's an idiot. But, anyway, the plan was, by its own mouth, was to come here, be out yelling and screaming at the house they thought I still lived in, and, to get a reaction from mine, the kids is there. So exactly what it has proclaimed all this time it's against, and it was protecting the church and all that this time against, right? MGL, that type of harassment, these things, whatever, to C&D. So guess what? They're still in the sus list, right? As I guess are all church members, grandos, other family members, and neighbors. So it was guarding those against the MGL and bullhorn tops for not being in trouble. But then it goes about wanting to, when the plan was to come here and to harass I and the kids, because it wrongly thought we lived in there, and then you see it standing at 125 and calling me names and whatever in front of the driveway. I'm like, I never do. And then you see it fully come into contact with Monster. Monster's over in his chat. Say, hey, bro, if you got any more questions, holla. Right? And it hung out with Monster and Jinkies and the rest. Well, here, of course. Goers. And then it looks like right after that, you know, this series of events, right? Looks like Dummy made a post talking about somebody had finally made him aware didn't live on 125. Wonder who that was. Wonder who that was. And then told him exactly where we were. And then he made a fucking post admitting he had indeed driven by here. Now I know his chat's like, oh, Jody Sue's now going to do a 12-hour live. So Mayor's talking to her, harassing her, and this and that. Problem is, in his comments sections, in replies to certain people, it looks like certain things are going to be. Anyway, it looks like this dude, as I've been dropping by here looking through windows at night, because that's the only time certain lights come on, and in here, and we kept pretty dark for several nights. on purpose, and so the cameras could pick up really, really well and whatnot. And as these tragedy pimps are doing that. And so, anyway, yeah, yeah, that's real nice. Glad you got your drive by him. Yeah. And yeah, Flower Girl, kid you not, the other day I did scan over the one where he's on the roof because I thought it was funny. I've not watched really any others. Others have made me aware of what's in them. Really give a shit. Um, but yeah, the one I think the first day, I don't know, the roof one. He did indeed, and that's something we were talking about in Josh's last night over at the lab. I mean, I really fucking died laughing because he's on the roof, old block down there, and he had a brain tongue oopsies moment. He's on the roof, he's talking to his chat and people, and he goes, do you catch my grift? I think he meant jest, but his brain was like, no, what's really happening here? Let's, oopsies. Dude goes, do you catch my grift, people? I bunch of drain the well dry motherfuckers. So anyway, and he was indeed still with the group, fully out in the open, when I set MGL off with some comments. So anyway, where she then became during the well dry. And all intentions were shown. So anyway, in a 3-second splat out of her own pie hole. Anyway, so yeah, found that slippage, the leakage. It's amazing how many run here have brain leaks. Thought it was. So anyway, I just want you all for a minute. Alright? Just a minute. To sit down and think about why that one over there and the rest throughout all this time period. Why is it that it's super heavy concentrated on giving on the kids shit? Though at once upon a time did not agree with that or any of us being done that way when it had to turn to the anti-tragedy pimp routine. It sat there at the table the other night. With C&D, Robin, Timmy, blah, this other great. Also, all on the suspect list. Protected and guarded them. Also hung out with Monster. Cool with that dude. Self-admitted child and woman abuser. So why, like the rest, does it target the shit out of it? Why? And like many times for the past couple days we touched on. This dumb son of a bitch and all these others chasing the Jennies, the Adrians, everybody else is doing whatever around all the little teams around certain places. They want to give you the idea that only abduction, kidnapping, etc. are viable. That's it. It's the only way this can go. But yet they work so hard at trying to discredit or say hoax this or whatever that to everything the kids and I seen. But that if they really wanted to be like, hey, yeah, the dog trail kidnapping abduction, the scream would fit, this would fit, this would fit, you know what I mean? Instead, they work and do the opposite around us. But then, when all those moments could, much like others who tried to use them to say those were the only things that could be viable, and that's all the things the kids and I witnessed her could mean, and blah blah blah, and they wove them into their shit to fit their narratives. So even the kids and I have never been like, oh yeah, I got to solely be this, that, and the other, But you gotta think if, like the others, you want that to be the only whatever scenario or whatever, then why are you eating the very people that hold things that you could easily use like the others tried to until they realized, see, what was seen, witnessed, and heard fucks up people's shit. Is what it does. That's what it does. And then suddenly it became um, paramount to eat us alive by certain, no, I don't know, 75% trolls. Or when you realize that JSB's theories never solely been a abduction kitten, nor is it still. I'll stay with controlled foul play. It was definitely tainted very early on by the kicking out of a pebble, but I still didn't think it was stranger, although I do everyday work patterns and puzzles like could be. Because guess what? All possibilities exist, and I treat it as such, as a work through all puzzles and facts. Because that's what the fuck you're meant to do. You're not supposed to make everything fit what you want to fucking believe or you think. It's not how the fuck that works. Um, duh. You're supposed to use all the little things to find your way to the answer. Whether you like the answer or not, or whether it fits whatever you want to believe. You Um, not this place. But anyway, so I just want you to think about that. Right? It's over there protecting and whatever. Seriously, like the rest of the main suspects. But yet, no, it just doesn't make sense. And much like the rest of these around here, it doesn't make sense. It never has. It only does if you think about it with logic and common sense and go, why could this be being done to JSB and the kids? Yeah. Anyway. So yeah. Anyway, but as you can see, um, that one is full on MGL bullhorn types of well, it ain't sticking to its motto, is it? That's just where we'll leave it. It's not sticking on the persona it's given out and built itself up on for a year and a half ish now. Totally failed at that. And everybody's like, not batting an eye at it. Anyway, I don't really care. Uh, we'll see what comes of the push towards calling it out around here, but it actually putting eyes on it for whatever it's about to fucking get up to. Once it thinks it's safe in other states to pump out whatever other bullshittery it's done, it couldn't wait to show that it committed trespassing and crimes here, though. So it did that dumb shit. So there's that. Admitted that it was coming, I guess, looking through windows. Once somebody, and I'm not naming names, but, you know, a monster so made it aware of where Little and I actually were. Yeah, that's not creepy at all. What's new, though? Hell of a thing. Timing and things lining up and certain people connecting and an idiot over there unaware of even basics, and then only after coming into contact with Monster, then does it become aware that, no, wait, you know, wait, oops, JSP does not live anymore. Where does she live? Oh, you know, magical. Just happens with monsters around it. Oh no, you don't say. Right? And then this chat and this and they're calling for it to stalk and go by, and this, swear to God, there's some of its commenters going, I hope you'll finally show us how far away Andy and JSP live from Wales. Jesus Christ. It's been shown a million times, you idiots. A million times. Fuck how many times y'all been shown Google Maps and you still wouldn't fucking get it. Ellie already technically showed me. It's so stupid. Hell, I've shown it. It's ridiculous. You can't make this shit up. And the amount of stupid, gullible people that do dumb shit. But I see the way certain winds are blowing. Certain things being mentioned heavily on property stuff, Monster and I, little, you know, the attempt the other night to wild tragedy pimps from town to gain access to our property by drones here, and that the person doing so could have only been most likely helping Monster with this group. Names given out by and all that, you know. And they almost had it. They almost had it. And it took about 3 seconds back. Nah, something's wrong with this shit. Ain't no learning. And for me to be like, nah, you know. And then the family were told, and they're all pretty fucking pissed about it. I hope there was a refund policy on the money paid to locals to try to get access to this property here in Winter. I hope y'all have a refund. Tragedy pimp policy. Aw, poor things. You tried. Anyway. The way in which it was done is pretty fucking sick, though. And I will tell you that it's still crime to gain access to properties under false pretenses. See how that works? And that's even worse than actually just trespassing. It's not a good look. So yeah, that's and all that right around Little's birthday. Just any day is bad enough, but this is what the hell we go through, especially when there's mains on the ground. These main as tragedy pimps and their circus. They need to come back with new content, this and the other garbage and whatever. But I want you to sit down and think about it. How many of you, as females, as mothers, those of you who have been single mothers, etc., okay? How many of you would be okay with being stalked, harassed, filmed, your locations put out to the world by random asshole criminals, junkies, trash ass, tragedy pimps, otherwise online? How many of you, just as mothers, whether married or not, would have ever been or are or would be okay with you and your children, especially your female children, and other vulnerable females around you, and family members and stuff, your location and drive-by videos, and also there put out about you and your children, how to get to you, how to access you, ins and outs, your properties, all that? How many of you? And that, now I'm just talking about an average life. There's nothing spectacular going on around you, nothing crazy. Just, would you be okay with that? No. No, you would not. You would feel in danger. You would feel scared. You'd feel afraid. Right? Now, I want you to add in, close your eyes, and imagine you're where we are. Just for a second, slip inside the shoe. How would you feel if you're in and around and open? And I know for a great many of you, this should not take much effort. I know a lot. You true crime folks, okay? Close your eyes and imagine. An average Tuesday turns into not so average. And despite what the world thinks, you know with absolute certainty, you and your children had nothing to do with anything nefarious, sus, anything around those events. But you're then fed out to a realm to where they've made you look all kinds of types of fucking ways to millions of people who you don't know, but are online threatening to cut you apart, bring justice to you because sheriffs won't, and pitchforks and fire and being threatened with death and all these other things. And then people like Lockdown, Ziggy, the rest, etc., Benny and Honest and all them. At other times, Benny was the first. Imagine that fear, where they put out your location. They put out helpful drive-by videos on how to get to where you are. They show the world. Google Maps, otherwise, drive-by videos they do while laughing and thinking it's a good time and honking and doing whatever, And they put out your location for these crazies that are unknown to you, but you know they're out there. But think you're guilty or sus and silly. And you're a single mom. with other vulnerable female family members. Are you terrified yet? Are you afraid yet? Would it bother you? Then I want you to go another step further. We'd also add on top of that you have an absolute abuser who has tried to murder you and your children, who has abused you in every way imaginable. Favorite way to do that's also publicly, and is still doing it online. Group's usernames, same one putting you public. They're getting paid for it. You have orders of protection in place. But of course, monsters get anyway. But as they build up your monster online, people are like, oh yeah, now it's double hate for the victim and survivor of them and the minor child, whatever. So we might go hurt them over what they're saying about their abuser because of the false bullshit your abuser is put out online, and because of what these channels and millions of people have put out. That makes some nutter or Fruit Loop out here think that you've done your most wrong because you simply won't go silent in face of it because you're trying to help other DV survivors, fighters, victims make it out in time. And so you remain a little bit safe. Are you afraid yet? Are you scared yet? Would it bother you yet? Ah, but see, that ain't all, is it? Keep closing your eyes. Take it one step further. Imagine some of these creators, people online with channels, who put out some of the worst god-awful bullshit, narratives and lies and spins and everything else around you, your minor children, your DV, target you, blackmail your family, they get blackmail material, and they do this, that, and the other. They themselves threaten to come murder you, want harm on you, put up stuff saying, they want to come burn the camper or whatever your house is down. Imagine some of those creators also incite their chats to violence towards you on purpose and your children. Are you afraid yet? Are you scared yet? Are you bothered yet? Go another step. One more step further. Go to where these channel creators, more than just one or two, but 4 or 5, plus your abuser and their wife, have literally, knowingly put out things to try to get you harmed or murdered, and laughed about it, and made it content. And it brought real life people to your door. It still is, bringing danger. And they laugh and giggle and talk about how scared you should be and shook you should be, and they do helpful lives beforehand before ever doing any of it, going, yeah, shit like this could get somebody and their child murdered. And then they put it out for months. trying to do just that with your abuser behind the scenes, in front of it. And then they do another version of it a few months later. Are you scared yet? Are you afraid yet? Is it funny to you, your child? You okay with that? Is it entertainment? Would you be giggling? Now imagine one of these, most recently, has built themselves up on the whole premise that they're not like some of your worst, like the MGLs, bullhorns, etc., and was absolutely against what was being done to you and your child, but now hangs out with your monster. All the other main suspects, protecting them, etc., then suddenly becomes aware of where you live, drives by. This person, too, at least according to others, I think we've all watched the taser video on it, as it was fighting police or doing whatever. But it has a history, according to one of the other creators and stuff put out, of selling things that were used for nefarious purposes around women in certain settings. And also a history of DV of its own, though all that's sort of played down to other shit. But it definitely has a history of violence. And it's hanging out with your monster and others who were child and women beaters and abusers. And it's giggling about driving by and looking through your fucking windows. After connecting with your monster, especially. All one day ago on your child's birthday. Is it funny yet? Or would you be okay with that? Yeah, enhanced. Lockdown said he could even see the little Christmassy lights through the window. In the back. Which is wild. Mm-hmm. Made a whole post about it. And he's promising people more. But he did admit to trying. Sure did. After being made aware. Only after hanging out. Because his own evidence shows he had no clue where we lived. He still thought we lived at 125 as him and Noel were coming up here to harass I and what he thought were the children. Screaming and yelling until Noel could get a reaction from his brain cell hopeless there. Because I'm the nutter. Spent hours long lives talking about nothing. No, I talk about things. Things they don't hear. And I don't have to go fucking be a tragedy pimp. And go to other states and shit to have content. And me, man. Um, yeah, there's a difference. See, we are the content. We are their content. Their income streams. We are what pays. Also, factor that in there. That a bazillion people across the world pay these people doing all this to you, family, and an entire community. Imagine people are paying them to do all this shit to you, including your abuser. You can't even be bothered to pay child support and shit. Over here inventing drugs, still selling drugs, still doing everything. Now, doesn't that add a little bit of flavor for you on that? No one has. I think he got off of that a while back, supposedly, allegedly. Anyway, tell me his mother, sisters, aunties, etc. that you'd be alright with any step of that. Any of those variations of shoe wearing, let alone all of them. Oh, and then factor in during all that, you are sick. You do have real health conditions. Unlike these fucking tragedy events with all 12 of them having the same leaky brains and weird shit. Okay? And you can't even get access nor feel safe enough because of what they've done. And they're still doing, as you can see, to go get treatment, help this thing, Imagine having a heart attack in the middle of all, because of what they did. They've done. Just having to lay there for 2 days to try not to fucking die. Then walk it the fuck up. But you can't. Because the damage left behind from it's permanent. Also takes down your treatment options for other things once enough time hopefully goes by and maybe you're still alive or you're not. And you can get adequate care for your needs. Safely. Add that in there. You think you'd want to wear those shoes? Probably not. And the thing is, you can't say it's out of the realm because you all have watched all these things be done to I and my child, my children, right here in the open for your entertainment. Not crazy. It's all right here. It's been done in the open, said in the open, planned in the open, or made open to you as the public. The blackmails, threats, targeting, the harassment, plans to destroy us, the blackmail letters followed to a T, the attempts to acquire little at all costs to try to get everything summer out of her and also destroy me in that effort. Yeah, all these things. You've watched it. And you've paid other people out here who are nobodies. Supported them, cheered them on, asked them to do it. You know what it's like watching those, like in lockdowns, comments, chats, and others? Go, hey, drop by JSPs. Can you do this? Can you do that? Can you get this while you're out there? Do you know what that's like? And y'all pay them to do it. Y'all pay them to do this to other human beings. And you direct them on where to go, and you show them that its content entertains you, and well, you don't think about all of it. I think it's just okay. But most of you would pick up the phone and be losing your shit and press charges and this there and la 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 la. With the first sign of anybody doing any one of these steps to you and yours. But you know what we do? You know what you do when one of us mentions pressing charges or doing anything to trace events? You run right to me and you're like, oh, the fucking bitch or this person or that person, we blah 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 blah, and they're threatening you again, and you poor things, y'all just doing the Lord's work, and GSP or so and so needs to shut their mouth, and y'all need to keep going because you're really on the track of something. You're really gonna solve it. And they just don't want you to, and keep on harassing them. And here's a fucking super chat. Imagine the world. Imagine watching the world do that. To you and yours. But see, the thing about it is, chances are very, very unlikely that will ever happen. Very fucking unlikely. And like most things in the world, it doesn't count. And you can't understand it until it is you. And even if you were in the exact same shoes, and you had done exactly what you've done here, with these groups and criminals and such creators, once it was you, you wouldn't be like, holy shit, man, I'm sorry I ever did whatever participated in. You justify how your situation would be different from what you participated in without. Because it's uncomfortable to sit down and own that shit. It's like many you see right now suddenly facing their own cancer battles and shit. They all didn't mind starting up channels, making fun of my voice for several years, my cancer disabilities, my health conditions, calling me drunk, high, blah, 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 blah. Wondering about my meds or accusing me of this, that, and the other. Pulling my med debt, trying accessing everything around us, stalking me to my oncologists and radiologists and palliative care and all these other things, heart doctors, you name it, pulmonologists, they built their channels on these things that they now are on going, oh gosh, I have cancer. And nobody's doing them the same way. Everybody's like, no, protect them, do this and that. And they don't even bat an eye what they've done for several years where it concerns self and others' conditions. So even now, it's happening to them. But they don't want to own it. Now that it's them, it's different. Now it's them, the other creators are like, oh, it's them, it's different. Weird, ain't it? Me, I just see a whole lot of, hate for anybody to walk through those journeys, I do, but there's, karma exists, man, some days. And I'm still walking through my health journey is by no means over. Yet, yet, you know, yet. until. So, anyway, I just want y'all to sit down and think about it. Also, like I said, there's just too many mentions of certain things to properties and stuff right now. And getting eyes on Coconut Boy for what's about to be pumped out. This is why I kind of didn't want to touch on it at all. Because, you know, tragedy pimp still around here, right? We're calling in all the tragedy pimps. Even the anti-tragedy pimp, tragedy pimp. Now, let's see. How the hell did I go? I don't know. Alright, so this was done earlier. Y'all know Philtop's ways about this one, but it's short and sweet, so whatever. It's also a little wrong, a little skewed, leaves out a whole bunch of shit. There's also a drop in here I caught, which lets me know who's connected behind the scenes. Thanks for that. But anyway, carrying on, I just play it. Um, and I really do hate these channels that try to make nice, probably as much as I do the ones that are just straight haterade. I'm telling you, sugar nor insanity ever appealed to me, so I'm none of the rest of these motherfuckers around Summer's case either. They all want their assholes licked. I don't want that, and I don't want sugar sweet, and I don't want straight haterade either. I just want thinking minds, common sense, and logic. And there's no neutral in here, man. Like, I've always been, since like day one, I'm like, I don't give a shit if the world likes me or not. It's not what I'm here for, dude. You know? I don't give a fuck how anybody feels. Just don't be an asshole. Anyway.
This video is fair use. It is transformative and is protected under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is needed for fair use for purposes such as comic, recording, teaching, and more.
More hypocrisy with Sherlock Bones.
So I was just watching a video posted by White Boy that somebody was telling me about. Do you guys, does people not understand, does not realize that the place has been freaking dug up and freaking torn apart since he's been in jail?
So anyway, Ziggy is talking about.
And here in a minute, I'm going to show you how all of what you're seeing right now and what you'll see in the next day or two over this sudden Fred property, all this bullshit is just rents for garbage time. And they know it, about how you all are buying it again. And their tragedy been put off of it again. They're cycling again. Now it's nonsense. And it is intended really just to get eyes on lockdown for whatever he's getting ready to put out. I'll show you. Wait for it.
Something to do with Fred Hill's house has been tore up since he's been in jail. Anyway, the next part is what I was more interested in.
Y'all forget Ziggy herself showed Fred's property in the way back. Y'all forget that. So had many other channels prior to that. So many others since. Now suddenly though, there's a stink about it. That's how you know right now y'all being taken for a fucking ride to build up eyes on something else. And for them to rinse regurgitate and hope y'all forgotten. Yeah. And you're gonna pay them to give you the same shit. Yep.
The story sounds oddly familiar. Let's have a listen.
It doesn't mean anything. How does people not understand like how?
It's also how you know Ziggy's full of shit and she's acting when she's all suddenly upset. Fred's is being shown. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Bullshit. She did it herself. Yep. Among others. Don't forget, Yennefer was not the only one. Yennefer is connected to Monster, though. So anyway, and whatever. But anyway, so yeah. And you know, all these creators are well aware that Fred's property has been shown since like the road opened up there, you know? Like any properties they get access to or see from the road, they've all been seen, you know. So the sudden freak out about it by this one and the others, it's horseshit. The only thing new that's happened this week is Lockdown committed trespassing and was stupid enough to put his shit in video format into the world, but he committed a criminal act. Looks like, possibly. So the sudden freak out, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Go look at Valkyries. Go look at the others. Go look all the way in the back. From like 3 weeks in when the road was opened up. You know how many times Fred's property's been shown? All the others in there? How many have you seen, including Scotty's Clothes and Laser? Yeah. Drive-by show properties. God bless. Y'all really think as many times as they've all come and seen Ben Hill? Come on. Now y'all gonna buy the exactly fake outrage and the emotion. Oh God, you're eyes are being put on something for y'all to then buy and feed this week. So the money for the group goes. And eyes are on something. One of them's gonna be dumb enough to do once they leave stadium, I guess. Content with a capital C-O-N. Oh yeah, they separating you off from your money and your subs clicks. But you'll be watching something good online. You're watching these dumb shits feed you the same shit. And playing you like fools. Anyway, Karen.
There's been a numerous amount.
So anyway, Ziggy is talking about something to do with Fred Hill's house has been tore up since he's been in jail. Anyway, the next part is what I was more interested in. The story sounds oddly familiar. Let's have a listen.
It doesn't mean anything. How does people not understand like how there's been a numerous amount of people pilfering through the stuff and burning shit and throwing shit everywhere over at Fred's. Like, where has you been? Has anybody, I mean,
Where has you been? Well, Ziggy, I certainly haven't been to Fred's. Ever. But we know you have.
If you've been waiting for another round of stimulus checks, then listen up. Y'all are entitled to $5,400.
we're going to play a video of Fred's property now, 8 months after he went to jail. But yeah, like, well, you've never gone out there before. Now you'll go out there and film his property and invade his privacy.
Wait.
Wait, I mean, like the helpful little stalkers did for Shay, who had threatened the murdery thing, who was blackmailing my sister with CZ and all him. And I was on the phone this one up, and they had people driving by here, and Little so desperately wanted to be out of the house that, but I knew she wasn't safe and they were wearing it. But they posted a picture of her minor stuff, which is legal. But that's Shay. And I couldn't even be outside. Do you see how this works? And I'm going to zoom in. That way it's not dox myself. But see, I couldn't even be outside on the damn phone. This is what it's like around here. And this was Shay. And then that's when she was also posting the photos of the camper burning down. And saying shit like that in chat. And had people drive by here, and they caught pictures of my little, who really wanted to be outside, but I couldn't be. Because, see, look, I wasn't wrong with, wasn't wrong, because there I am, and there's the post. This is what it's like every day, even when the main ones are. This is how we're watched every single fucking day. Anyway, I'm looking for something. I was looking for Tiffany Marie's poster around that same time. Some other things. Yeah, well, we'll get to that in a bit. See. Oh, which one was this to? I don't know. I'm gonna know around time Ziggy and all them also did the helpful how-to videos on Google by here as well. I think that was a Jenny Adrian thing. So many of them at the time. LJ. That was Birdie, as in Birdie's Crime Chats. in December, bitching, talking to LJ, who's running MGL and Image Thumb. I was accused of being in with Benny and in with Chase last night on Ziggy's panel just because I wasn't questioning blah 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 blah, and Birdie is one of our stalkers around here, has been. Yep. Built up a whole goddamn show. Let's see. Let's see. Of course, you got the Wells told Benny where your camper is. You know, and Dawn and Candace told Benny where the camper was, etc. And, you know. And he did the docs, you know, first. All the rest. Whatever, it's fine. Mm. Hours. These are some of my favorite messages. See, this is what happens. I just want to show you what happens when these creators and their trolls do certain things. And I just want to show you what happens. Now, some of it is indeed trolls sent on purpose to fuck with us over here in chat, to make us afraid, to make us this, to make us that. Others are real life nutters on here. That mean us harm. This is one of those you all couldn't see in my chat because I didn't allow it. But I could see just fine. During these periods where they doxed us and shit and were trying to terrify us, this is what was happening. When they were doxing locations, talking about our properties, had real life fucking nutters out there threatening to cut us apart online. The Shays threatening to burn down trailers like it's funny, threatening to murder us on phone calls, saying they're going over here and see other. Right. They know also peeping. I mean, that's the thing, right? No matter what you think, there's still a person responsible. For Summer vanishing. Who it is, nobody knows yet. On top of that little one, I do have a peeping Tom / duo that now know where we're at because of the continual doxing and helpful drop-by videos. Anyway, this is Jody Sue mumbles and can't finish the sentence. Oh well. My poor cancer surgical remaining voice. Oh dear. Camper trash, no job, fucks Don Mills for drugs, suspect in Summer's case, exploits Summer for dope money, check, gonna fuck your daughter in ass and beat your little boy up. You fucked up. That's what the hell this message says. And there are a million like them. Now, some of these are sent trolls and shit to heighten what we're experiencing, the PTSD, to make me feel more afraid and shit. These creators sent on purpose to get us, and they were very, very bad about that at first, to keep us in certain states, especially as like the Jenny and Adrian's one with giggling. Oh, she's histrionic, is her? But they knew behind the scenes they'd be sending stuff like this and shit. Right? Trolls to say things. Others are not trolls. They really are real fucking nutters out in the world. You think this is the first messages I've ever received from people to essay my daughter or my son or myself or to come kill us or cut us apart? No, it's not. And I've tracked some of this back to real people in the real world. These people have caused. But they do it as emotional and psychological fuckery around here, and they try to keep you in a pent up state to where you're more likely to react and give them more content where they can then giggle like Jenny Adrian Rest and go, oh, she's histrionic, she's just, yeah. As they know damn good and well, there are people literally in the yard filming, coming face to face in a little before school, all these other things. They know the truth of things that you all do not. And they know what they're doing to us, emotionally, mentally, and what states are trying to keep it. They know, but they present it to you as another. Either way, it's all this big thing you can't even imagine. Unless you've been here and you've listened. Also you get the, those like Hody Ho, of course, which is a troll. You can imagine with that name where it's coming from during the Jody Soup, the Loaf, all those days, right? He's a big fan of the Ho name. I mean, it's obviously, this one's definitely a troll. Do you have anything better to do with yourself if you're dying? Wouldn't you want to spend your last days with your kids and not on here crying? I know you're full of shit. You can't have cancer and something that's not there. This is how stupid the troll is. This is how little people understand about cancer that travels us into areas and metastasizes behind. How other cancers and blood disorders apply in other areas of your body. And there's Birdie's crime chat when she's pretending to be all hey, but also stalking and stuff. Great. And you got the Sage Sleuth at this point being entirely wrong about everything. Oh. And of course you have Angel Talks Too Fast, private in videos. Because remember, her whole channel was built up on hee 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 hee. Let's make fun of JSP's voice and try to take her disabled. What remains to her voice plus her domestic violence stem what voice way. Let's hee build up on that at the kneecap DM. Out see. Latest from Angel Talks. She's going over the transcriptions and all that. Tiffany Marie's mentioned. The title of the video is in case y'all forget who Angel Talks Too Fast really is. This is who she is. And what she built her channel up on. But anyway. But whatever. Anyway. There we go. Now, I'm going to show you something. This is what normal looks like through the years. This is what normal looks like. It's me and my babies when they was tiny. Alright. Right. Obviously, little is very little there. Um, Little and I on Easter. Little and I in the pool again. Look how happy my baby is. Look at her. She's just. She loved the pool, but she hated a damn shower. My baby. 3 years. She's a ladybug 1 year. Look at that face. This is one of my favorite pictures of little. I don't know what. She's looking up at me here, in the kitchen. Yeah, that's the kitchen. See, Christmas is here, or her birthday. I think this is Christmas. Or, like, is that Easter? Shit, I don't know. I always made sure they were surrounded and had all the things bought, and all. That's little and I, what looks to be, judging by the wrapping paper, probably a Christmas here. Little and I pool steps. So I was teaching her like a responsible mother to swim. They always kept them in the pools, like even as they're first born, like Boogie, the first week or two, man. I would, you put them in water and you hold them and things, because he was born in June, obviously. So, Lil had to wait till the next year, really, but anyway, they all, from the time they're babies, they're taught to swim and we teach them to swim. For safety and other purposes, and creeks and all those other things. So, this is my baby's 30 years here. My baby's not under the gazebo out here with all the grills and all the things. This giant ass gazebo. As you can see, we're both chlorine eyeballed and worn out and she had the face. Lil had the face going. She was tired, wanted a nap. Trying to teach her to be brave enough to jump into me, right? Not to be afraid. And that way she knew what it felt like if she went under, but that would catch her. It's how you teach them. It's how you know they're safe. honestly have no idea, Scout. Mine's kind of like it. Mine is super thick, but normally not irradiated and health fucked. But hers is no longer really like that. But she came out with a mohawk though when I gave birth to her for like a year plus, bro. That mohawk would not go away. You couldn't get it to lay down. It was the wildest thing, but it was so adorable and cute. Like, this is her when she's a baby. Like, her first Easter. Her hair behind the little bunny ears is absolutely, it's thick and it's sort of, but she had a mohawk. I could not get that mohawk laying. She came out and look at that mohawk. And her first picture's on Splash. She had a mohawk, man. And she definitely has my thick hair, but at a certain point she ended up with curls for a bit. But she does have my extraordinarily thick hair, but still a little thinner. Anyway. This is my Pap and my eldest outside the pool. Here. This is what I was talking about. This is I and eldest in the pool. In the way, way back. See how tiny? See how tiny it was? But this is how early we have hours in. I'm teaching them. That is a picture of little, our eldest now when he was little. Maybe do grow up. Nope. Because I don't want to dox anybody, including my sibling. That one, I don't think anybody could freaking figure out who they were, but this is a picture of me. Hold on. You know, hell with it. Hold on. This is a picture of me. Just a couple years before I started dancing and things. Like, you know, like they want to make you have this idea of me that I was like stripping, looking like my 39-year-old self and all this, you know, but, or 38. Fuck, I don't know how old I am. But either way, this is right after Monster had moved in here. Anyway, couple years actually. So they've been with me a couple years like that point. Anyway, but yeah, they want to give you the idea that I look like this dancing. Man, I danced 20 some years ago. And it was to make sure my kids could have a better life, get out of where we were, and because I had to have somebody to take care of them and I while Monster sat on his ass doing what Monster does best and beating and abusing and whatever. So, yeah, damn me to hell. Either way, I definitely did not look like what I do now. Anyway, so there's that. Alright. I'm a rhythm type of girl. Yeah, I don't know what to. Um, no, dear. Anyway, go. There's little in the way back in the kitchen here. Anyway, there's Doofus in the way back, right? Some people never grow up. See the gaudy ass chains? Right, you see that? Yeah. That was when also my family got him a job that he worked for a whole 6 fucking weeks. But all the gaudy ass chains and shit, guess who was buying those for? I was. Made sure that thing was taken care of. There I was doing what it did best while I was doing with the children as always. So as you can see, I look like one thing, and well, it looked like another. And my hair obviously went and dyed, my nails done while I made sure to buy it the gaudy chains, which you can see now it's still enjoying it. Sadly, almost 50 or some shit. It's kind of its thing, perpetually stuck in a certain state of age. Anyway, we're good. And this has a point. Okay. It really does. This is my pap and my little out there. One of my favorite pics. Pap out there, one of our ponds next time, but out in the field doing the beehive box thing in his bee suit. I love the little bees. It's my favorite thing. Monster and the way back when I was pregnant with the oldest. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Back on one of the tractors. One of my favorite pics. This is the oldest. This is a baby. This is a big little baby. Nope. My sister wrote to me when we were both little, and I was in one state, she was another. Let's see. And I was a preemie, so this is me as a baby. I was extraordinarily premature. That's me as a baby. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They told me it's a beautiful world. They freaking lied. uh, this is me taking care of wildlife. This is in particular baby fox. This is right before Monster moved in. A stoic. I don't know. Why are you over here worried about me? And I don't know what you're talking about. I don't recall really doing any such thing other than Ziggy and Cord such recently.
Wait a second
like,
here.
Why
Does
are you
this
here,
sound-
Stoke, with that question at just as appropriate? Gosh. Anyway. This is the eldest. This is a little. Ultrasounds of my babies. Eldest and I. Trick or treating. Nice Stoic, go be a better human. A better troll. Fuck off. Eldest. Eldest is a baby. Oh god, me in kindergarten. It's terrible. Like straight up Santa shit, man. Anyway. And for those who say I'm white, and they're all like the Klan, Judas is part of the Klan. No, bitches. These are my grandparents. It's my great grandparents. On one side. Neither of whom were in. Yeah, as you can see, they're in the upper Midwest too. Anyway, yeah. Oh, here's one of Little. When she was first born, she was not but a few days old. Y'all see the mohawk on her? See that? Yeah. I think it's not going anywhere. That mohawk, man. Oh, God. And then we all have, like, these wonderful phases of life, right? Like, this was like a 6-month, 8-month period of my life. It was devastating. Oh, yeah. Oh, that happened. This is me in the way, way fucking back. At Monsters Mills. Which then later became where we live. It's taken on a Polaroid at the time. In the way, way fucking back. Y'all didn't live there long. How do you know it rode that well? Bitch, I've been familiar with all them properties since way before this, even before I even acknowledged Monster's presence. We knew people back in that other land. So anyway, my dad growing up, but that is myself at Monsters Memos at 125. Me here when I was little wearing the fur coats of my mother, and I think I might have gotten a tricycle, who knows. But I was wearing my mother's fur coats. The story as well. Supposed to this is Monster in the way back, and myself in pictures and such. The year it moved in, I think, with me. It had to be because our besties in the sleeping bag in this one photo. Yeah, so this would be the year that they moved in with me, etc. You know, all these. As you can tell, some people were, you know, is what it is. Anyway, um, I'm looking for a certain photo. Ah, there it is. This is what the area. This is the gazebo and pool during normal times. Okay. Can you see it? See this? Yeah. Diving board, slide, deep in, shell ins, plants everywhere, swings, barbecues, huge basketball courts. Anyway, normal times. Lights, decorations. Oh yeah. So anyway, should keep that in mind. Alright. And this is my eldest, who could already swim by this age in the pool. Alright. So anyway, uh, um, and I won't show because it's up close and shows his little honey, but as you can see, he can swim by that age. Well, he could swim like Little Devil, but he certainly could. Alright. Keep in mind, all those photos you just seen are here. Most of them, yeah, are here. No. Alright. Now, we'll play the rest of this for you. Just wanted to take you for a little while.
Fred's property now, 8 months after he went to jail. But yeah, like, well, you've never gone out there before. Now you'll go out there and film his property and invade his privacy.
Wait a second here. Does this sound familiar? Hold the mayonnaise. Stop right there. Ziggy, whose property did you film? Whose privacy did you invade? I think it was someone else involved in the Summer Wells case. It was Jody Sue. Yet now you're on here bitching and complaining about the very same thing. You literally, purposely drove by her house, probably slowed down or stopped, and filmed her home and her yard, and or took pictures of it, and you went online and made fun of it. Wow. The hypocrisy is real around here with you. I could do a whole series on hypocrisy.
Yep. Oh, Ziggy sure did do that. Did a whole drive-by video. She also was going by her honking and screaming with her daughter. She then tried to call and phone harass my eldest during that same period. All kinds of shit. Things. Thought it was funny. What she showed and what Tiffany Marie and all them posted was, these people are this, that, and the other. This is disgusting. They don't have pride. They don't take pride in anything. Blah, 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 blah. Also the red truck lay-in, etc. All that is what helped give my mom her heart attack while she was grieving for my newly deceased brother at the time. What this place, and you all, when she did that, didn't realize. No context for it. Just looks like a certain lady you won't, especially when there's no backstory. Ziggy came by here, especially the pool area. At the time, right, Ziggy comes by here, there's the pool liners obliterated. Now, the summer before my pap passed on, let's see here, we're all out there, and one of the other little ones in the family, for the fourth time this summer, had like cut the liner on the pool with toys. It happens. We generally did patches and repair. That year, Pap sat there obviously with his health. He couldn't get in and do it anymore, so I was doing it, going under the water, doing the patches and repairs of the pool that year, the liner, to make it just last season. All these are, all these things are happening, Anyway. Obviously, Pap's health, all these things happened. My Pap passed. My cancer happened. And when you have surgery like this, and your arm's severed, it's a no-go. Like, you don't get past that. It happens. So over winter, those repairs that make it subsequent months, none of us were in good enough health to get out there or even feel like being around my Pap in one of the central areas, because we've always, even long before I was born, that pool's been a centerpiece for this family. It's where we break beans and we get all the veggies ready to can. It's where we stand in the gardens and for days and, churn apple butter. It's, where you go to the barns back there and get the eggs. It's a centerpiece. Family, right? It was hurtful to be back. Be thinking of being back there without Pap. And then my brother and sister. But the pool liner was ordered and it's still there. It's like $10,000 fucking dollars for some bitch. We are taught and can put those in like that. It was just we females really just still fine. We're raised along the side of them with men and equal, and we can do for ourselves and do the exact same things. But man, nobody really felt like it that year. And then you have the onset of these tragedy events after summer vanishes. Brother had passed. It was hurtful for his kids, mine, everybody else to even think about being back there. It still is. I watch his littles. They come here and they can't bear looking at the back because he had his littles up there one time everyone. It breaks their heart. So anyway, the pool at that point, it's like, hell, we can't be out there anyway because these tragedy pimps, all these things are occurring. Cancer, Pat passing, summer vanishing, tragedy pimps, being stalked, all these things. Kids not safe to be back anyway. So the liner's here, still not repaired. Pool filled up with rainwater. No fucking well. Boo fucking who. So Ziggy comes by and takes a picture. Shows all the ins and outs of the property, how people could access it, safety things. Puts us in danger. It shows the world how they can get in and out of here, which entrances, exits, hold on, right? Shows where dogs are, all this shit. It's real helpful, eh? Then that brings about nutters that keep fucking with my dogs, thinking that I guess they're just out wherever. Oh, these dogs, and oh god, they're out there for safety, you jackasses. Leave them the fuck alone. But here they were trespassing because of the shit put out by Ziggy, Benny, the rest, the doxing of us. Oh, the poor dogs, just like they did 110. What poor dogs? It's like, bitch, they're back there to guard for motherfuckers like you, not be fed and weirded out by strangers or used to them. Get the fuck away from my dogs. That happened because of what Ziggy and Benny and the rest. It was real helpful. But that's what Ziggy drove by here making photos. Was that pool. Now it's disgusting there to take care of. Y'all know the backstory. Actually, you sort of did. You just couldn't put it together for yourself. Could you? Didn't care anyway, because it was eating Jody Suton. A real extreme effort at that point, leading up to all them fucking my little and all the other crazy shit the Adrians, Jenny's, all them were doing too. Monster with them targeting my little. The attempts at fake bullshit setup 5150s, emergency custodies, bullshit tampering with courts, fake ass lie lawsuits, hold on. It was an extreme effort to destroy everything around me, my family, little, break eye and eldest in her part, you just name it. It was extreme. And that was the inside of it in ZL. Also helped my mom have a heart attack. What her and this group were doing around all the property shit. The red truck shit. Whole group of them were just starting the inset, right? And then under the gazebo at the time was family estates that belonged to other family members who passed away, and we had to go take care of their belongings and stuff, and bring some here, donated a shit ton everywhere else, blah blah. These things under the gazebo are meant to be put into all the barns, etc. And then Pat passed all these things, right? And because of the events afterwards, but it's no different than Storm anywhere else. No, is it? No. No. No different than storing them under, drive under sheds and garages and barns and your whatever's anywhere else. No, is it? Nope. It's not. If they gave you a narrative, you're into it. Now, I just last one where the things that were here when Ziggy did all that were here, and she's like, "Oh my God, look under there!" So, I mean, didn't realize half those things are worth fortunes, just hanging out there for storage. I never got to move the barn. That passed, brother, summer, all these things happened, and yeah. So the thing is that at that last family estate thing and whatnot, Pap and I were down there, and he'd already had a stroke by that point. Obviously, a couple of them, and but he could still outwork and was more than most. Like you could put 10, 21-year-old strong farming ass dudes up against my pap even at that point, and he'd still outwork them, outdo them any day of the damn week. And I'm not kidding, and I'm not saying that in jest. I mean that in absolute terms, fucking full on truth. Man is superhuman, bro. Just don't understand. But Pap and I were, still doing all the heavy lifting, getting all the things taken care of, boxed away, blah blah, to be brought here, there, donated, wherever, split it between the others, just whatever. And Pap started singing that song, Solo Cup, just out of nowhere, And he looked at me and smiled. He clearly wanted me to join in like I had many times, many years, and always with him. He'd always tell you he couldn't sing a drop, but he'd sing. And so he started singing it. And even then, I hated that song. But I sang right along with him. And we worked. And we lifted. And we got all those things that Ziggy drove by here and made fun of and made look so. But for me, those things, even looking at them, even though I know they're supposed to be moving in the barns and things, I look at them and I hear that song. I can see Pat in real time, just in that moment. And the smile. He had this unique smile. And how he was goading me, wanted me to sing with him. So I sang as we worked. That stupid, silly song that I hated then and I hate still. And here's day Toby passes, but it's not for Toby that I played that. It's how the universe lines up, in a way. Today passes, Solo Cup's playing. Properties are being talked about again, trying to be accessed by nefarious means while the tragedy pimps on the ground. Lockdown is coming by. All these other motherfuckers petting Zoo style again. Same shit, different day. Knowing that what Ziggy came by here and did. And y'all never had context for it. But you did, sort of. And I said it even then, but nobody listened. And they won't now. Make no mistake about that. They won't now either. Sounds good to leave out the stories and reasons behind all the things, right? So they can justify all they're doing. Like Ziggy did. She came by here with her little one, teaching her how to do and to treat other human beings. To dox a woman and her child who clearly had many predators on the loose around them. The world aimed at him because of narratives. An abuser with orders of protection in place. Peeping Tom / helper unknown. She and her daughter had a good time. Life. Honking this the other. Her and Yennefer's at certain points. Etc. Yennefer types. Etc. Tiffany Marie, the rest took off the garbage. Did certain things around us that have real life consequences and effects on real grieving mothers. Yeah. All for your content. Now, hopefully this summer, the liner purchased finally goes in. That'll depend once again on tragedy events, stalkers on the ground, how everybody feels, health issues, all these things. Till then, what the fuck's anybody if it's got rainwater and a turtle or two in it? No damn body. And I'll tell you what, most of you assholes out here wish you had an in-ground pool with slides and diving boards and deep ends and shallow ends and gazebos and fucking basketball courts and barns and shit. Ain't my problem. But right now, it's kind of a wildlife sanctuary. And when the time comes, it's called a pump, which is here. That water goes into the creek. So all the little wildlife is taking residence. Just how it is. Anyway, yeah, see? And who the fuck, after what you all have seen, would want to be out there in Palooza with tragedy pimps taking pictures of you, your minor daughter in bathing suits? But is that what you want? Because you know damn good and well they'd put that online. You know they would. They've driven by here like I've shown you and took pictures for her and put them online. You think they wouldn't take pictures of all us in our bathing suits or laying out tanning or any of that? Put them online? Hell yeah, they would. So until they go away. And leave us alone. Like give them more prime hunting ground to get us in even more vulnerable moments, and in less stress. And my minor daughter and whatever, and bathing suits and things, or my other family members, or the other kids who would be here using it, hopefully. I mean, yeah, should we do that? I don't think any of y'all would say yes to that.
Chrissy and Ziggy alone. Yet here you are, again, standing up for your friend Fred Hill. Isn't that interesting? Let's think of this as a little prequel. This just kind of popped up. I've already got something in the background, so get ready. We've got a little preview coming up, part 1 and part 2. And this here will just be the prequel.
Yeah, like, well, you've never gone out there before. Now you'll go out there and film his property and invade his privacy and try to put him out as like this disgusting creature.
That's literally exactly what you did to Jody Sue, like word for word. I wonder if that video is still up. Well, if it's not, I'm sure Jody has it. Tucked away, safe and sound, possibly even all ready for court. Who knows? Guess we'll find out.
But yeah, before.
And all the other little tragedy pimp movements around it show that they're working in concerted group effort. And they had Ziggy get up to fuck shit, and they all did things around it to pinpoint and use what Ziggy got while here in order to harass us and slander and defame and create security and danger concerns and all that shit. To a compilation over the years of this.
Or, I mean, why haven't you talked to him before, gone out there before? I mean, you're supposed to be some kind of big bad dude, right? And then you pin a comment saying, oh, I can't believe Ziggy took her daughter there. Kids live out on that road.
Well, I have to agree there with what?
Kids live out on that road. That's not okay to be doxing but doing this here. Seriously, Bones? Kids lived here when you did it. Here, one's with orders protection place, one's with peeping Toms on these. One's in the middle of an open and active case, an investigation where a predator or predators are still unknown and out here somewhere. And because we don't know who they are, danger, Will Robbins. Danger. Kids lived here. Still do. As you, lockdown, arrest, keys, everybody else throughout. Done this. But that drive-by video sure was something else. Quite a different thing to it than the rest of it. Used quite differently amongst this group than the other doxings and helpful drive-by stuff have been, wasn't it? Either way, kids lived here. Minor ones. With orders in place, peeping Tom's still unknown, not in jail for that shit either. Predators on the loose, suspect somewhere in Summers, some fucking where. What'd y'all care? It's funny. It's content. But you knew it brought danger. mind you, at the same time, she started phone harassing the eldest too, trying to get in touch with him.
White boy, I can't believe you took your daughter out there. And it's not like you'd been there before. You just kind of pulled up there on Fred's property, rolled on up with your minor child, not knowing much, although I'm sure you knew about the criminal record and other festivities that take place there. Yet you still brought your... Anyway, yeah. And yes, kids do live there. But Ziggy, you hadn't been there before, and all you knew is what you'd heard and dug up, which were all bad things, from what I recall. So you went there anyway.
And to my knowledge, unless it's monster in stalls, there are no longer any children that remain. I've been on. The last ones there were some are her brothers, mine. They're grandbabies and things, of course.
I think we get the point.
Jody,
Did you know that in Texas, rifles can be carried in public without a license? Whereas in Florida, no open carrying is allowed.
Jody Sue says the same thing, but she freaking had.
You hadn't been there before, and all you knew is what you'd heard and dug up, which were all bad things from what I recall. So you went there anyway. I think we get the point.
Jody Sue says the same thing, but she freaking had her kids live there.
Now, I don't know if she meant there on Ben Hill or here. Either way, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I lived there on the road. That doesn't mean lived at Fred's or lived at Candace and Dawn's or hung out with Fred or hung out with Candace and Dawn. Here's the thing. My kids are related to Fred. Directly so. So I might throw weird ass. But, along with several others on that route. I have family in Beach Creek. I have roots in there. My family still lives in there. Those I'm related to, still in there. Okay? Anyway. Yeah, my kids, in all the years we lived there, they did not go hang out and play dates or anything else over at 110 with Candace and Dawn. Eldest would cross over when necessary, when Candace and I were like, hey, roll of toilet paper, this our emergency stuff, fine, whatever. Hey, your mail came in the mailbox, here it is, that type of shit, right? Emergency situations, shit like that. Little never did. Nobody hung out. My children did not and never will and blah blah hang out at 110. They also did not hang out ever with Fred, nor were they walking down there or any such shit ever. They were always like, holy shit, Fred's whatever through the years, And I didn't want to run that shit. And I didn't hang around that shit either. So, therefore, very, very little contact for their lifetimes with Fred. And they're related to it. Bitch, I never took my kids up and like, hey, let's hang out, Fred. Never took my kids up and like, hey, let's have play dates at 110. Bitch, you got somebody fucked up. There she goes, somehow correlating me and my children. She lived there with ours. I lived on a piece of property in the road. That didn't mean I was hanging out with Fred or like C&D and them. It didn't mean my kids were hanging out or visiting even their family, cause no, bro. And I have enough common sense as a mother. I don't take my kids up in hollows or places and around people that you see. Unless I know people, I know they're not gonna harm my children and they have sense and everything. You know, no, and I know that they're not gonna be all. You get what I'm saying? I don't hang around that type of shit. Never have. Never had my kids around it. Damn sure wouldn't catch me and my children going into places, especially where service is known not to be with phones and such, and help 45 minutes away at best. And rolling up at all or not. No. No. And that's even if I know people. Now, you damn sure won't catch me being like, hey, there's this active and ongoing case, and I don't know any of these people, but I hear tell they're all dangerous around drugs, and we can tell on the internet they're all on something. Let me take my child and go be a tragedy event and show up just randomly in the evening times at these people's front doors, 45 minutes away from help and no cell service anyway. Let me go hang out. Ah! Hell no. What? But
You guys, Summer lived on that road. There's a lot of kids that live on that road. This is life. You know, you can't, unfortunately, there's so many dangers around everywhere, and you're not going to be able to,
and I think this was Bones last night. There's a lot of kids that live on. Eh? Now the babies, save the babies, all the babies matter again. You don't care all the past years you're putting out shit about our bills, and there ain't a whole lot of kids that live it. You can't lose.
shield your children away from it always.
Here comes some sort of attempt at justification for what you did, Ziggy. And a piss poor attempt at that.
And they need to, kids need to know of the dangers in this world. And shielding them doesn't really protect them from it. You have to obviously be careful, but, shielding them too much can actually set them up for failure.
Right. Okay, Ziggy. Throw them to the wall.
No. Sorry. There's a difference between not shielding from everything and then just being like, here, let me put you in extreme danger and harm's way and risk. Fuck, you say.
Wolves, then. Why not just do that? This is not a very good attempt at justification, in my opinion. In fact, it sucks. And it's too little, too late.
And that's what actually happened to me. Like when I was sheltered so much, and then when I went to the real world.
All right, that's enough of that. I really can't even listen to it. It's such BS. I can't stand it. So if you want to go listen to it, I'll put the link in the description, but I can't. I'm done. But Ziggy, you literally just called out White Boy for doing the exact same thing that you did to Jody Sue, which is pretty messed up. Do you forget the things that you do? I don't get it personally. I don't know how you can come on here and speak and justify and, rewrite history. It's not going to work. Ziggy, the internet is forever, unfortunately for you. And there will always be people out here to remind everyone. Anyway, hopefully you'll join us for a upcoming premiere. It will be in the next couple days, hopefully. I would like to finish part 2 before so that we can do part 1 and 2 back to back.
Has an awful baity flavor. Anyway, I think I'll ignore those later on. Anyway, now Miss, she was sheltered till the real world. Now, I don't know if many of you are aware. Okay. There's a reason my pap was singing so. In it, you'll notice some of the lyrics have to do with Freddie Mac, May. My pap was no fan of those motherfuckers. Nor am I. Now, I know y'all want to think all of us are just like poor white fucking trash, uneducated, stupid, ill-mannered. I cuss like a sailor, I smoke, whatever. You want to make it. And I want to bet many of you are absolutely unaware of the fact that we're raised and brought up by millionaires. Yeah, you heard me. And not of like the one or two, right? Thing is, money held no real thing here. Family salts the earth. Couldn't have told really one way or the other. That's the way most operate. I know many. I've seen you all interview more than a few of the same. They're millionaires. But when y'all have caught them on camera and shit, they look like dirt, like trash. Their cars are putting around. The jump out interviews. And like, guys, just a hillbilly. But I know what you're interviewing are multi-millionaires. Same variety of the 8, 9, 10, 12, $13 million range. They just don't act like it, seem like it. Because it ain't no fucking thing here. Now some shit happened around that Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae shit here. Most of the stuff here was made with my pap's hands and hard work and labor and sweat and tears. And working this land and inventing and doing and never missing a day of work and all these things. Land sales, all kinds of shit. But a place he trusted, and he didn't want it in, but it begged him to put that in anyway. He had, because he trusted him. And then he told him to get it the fuck out, and they said they had. They lied, because people are a little dirty. My pep figured that out. By that point, it's too late. By that point, Mac, Fannie Mae, toppled everything, didn't they? Yeah. And despite having proof that it was supposed to have been taken out long before that, and my pap could have gotten every cent back. This and the other. He still held this place in his team and was like, I'm not gonna take my court martial. Like, fuck it. Money. Okay. Anyway, we were taught old things. I can cuss like a sailor. I can go pee on the side of the road. I'll go toe to toe with you. I'm a step out in real life type of chick. Not I'll fault you online and keyboard chick. I can act stupid as the day is long, but I am educated. My voice may sound funny. So does yours. I have the capability of speaking without an accent. Maybe. Just don't care to at this age. I've not really tried it in a while. I don't know how to work out with my voice things, but it is what it is. But I was very much raised to where I could wear flannel and fucking cut off jeans and whatever else and stained ass clothes, do work, do this, do whatever, dress to the nines, know what color palettes I fall under, read a book, swim, shoot, hunt, can, garden, know how to mind my manners, keep my elbows off tables, know which silverware to use, fine dining, to eating barbecue at whatever event, and cakewalks, local church, and yes sir, no sir. Pretty well rounded. Not all things are as they seem, or as you want them to be, or as you project on them. I know all the big fancy words and can use them when I choose to. Well, depending on my tongue and disability and how my brain now has to move, be like, bitch, we can't form that word today. So we're going to pick a smaller one or a different one and put it in there. But, depending on the paralysis and mouth muscles that day to day, just varies. Also, I was taught not to sound like a pretentious asshole who knows all the big words. There's that. There's no need in that. I like to be like, I know the big words. Yeah. Not all of us are as we appear. Not all things are as. Mud pie, indeed. That's the thing. There's none of that type of shit around here. I think for most of the family, it's always been like, and I think the rule at least is always, if you can't buy it then, don't put it on credit, don't do whatever, It's that, you know. And nor were we ever raised to be like, oh, that's our money, this is that, this is this, and all that, because it wasn't. It was, you know what I mean? So we were never taught to be like, oh, we're money. Yeah, shit, bitch, that was not ours. It was whatever. It was my pets and mothers and whoever else. Like, you know what I mean? So we weren't raised to think that. We were always raised to be like, go get your own. You know what I mean? And, so anyway, there's that. Most spoiled brats are like, oh, well, just inheritance or this or that. Blah, 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 blah. You know, we weren't raised that way. At least I wasn't. And I never thought that way. Our brains did not think that. And we weren't spoiled, at least I wasn't, to a degree where I had the real world smack me in the face at a certain age. Bitch, the real world smacked me in the face as an infant. And it ain't stopped since. Because even while being raised by millionaires, I was still very much in middle ground with everything and the community and how everybody lives, because we were not closed off in whatever state. But then we were taught to reach out and to do for others and all these other things, and weren't shielded or sheltered, and we were just well rounded and taught all the things and let go and latchkey kids of the 80s and all these things applied. So, yeah, I don't know. I never had that. Oh my God, the real world. So, because that bitch smacked me in the face upon entrance into this world. Like I said in my baby picture, they lied to me. It's a beautiful world. My infant preemie self went, the fuck is this? Why'd you just smack me that hard? And then the wiring to keep safe from monsters immediately began upon my entrance into this world. My curiosity as to why dope plays such a big role in people's lives, and children often take a back seat to that. How abuse works, and the other, and why this, why that. Being able to identify predators in and around so that I stayed safe, so that, the wiring began. And then, of course, Monster helped that too. Almost 3 decades of that. And now really edging towards it. It's done so behind the scenes and, well, out right in front of you now. With its favorite public audience of the abuse fuss, plus profiting off of it, with orders in place. I'd say we're right at 30 now. Wiring is wiring, my dude. Luckily, I had a wonderful human being in my life who raised me and taught me to use my wiring skill set to hunt and call out and rip the masks off of monsters and to stand up when and where I could for community, those in need, the world, strangers, etc. And to use my wiring for good instead of bad, and to choose wisely, try not to repeat patterns, and to try to break chains, as you can see that. And sometimes these monsters find you and your heart gets you into some of the worst motherfucking places. But I was very lucky to have such a wonderful human being in my life. And in my children's. And it is through him that I and my children carry the backbones, the brains, and the hearts we have. Not through Monster or his monster people. Thank fuck for that. So, I could not be more grateful for such a wonderful human being, life, world, than I am for having my pet. And I'll continue to do what the man taught me to do. I'll stand. Man, beast, God, things far larger than I. Even if I know eventually, we get ripped to shreds, torn apart, bleed out. Even if I can't win the fight, I showed up. I stood for. And I used my wiring for good instead of bad, or to hunt for good reasons instead of bad. Anyway, also, I'm gonna play this piece. You know, this one's also related to Sherry. You don't have to feel about this one. I know this one feels about me, but every now and then, you know, like, it's live. Oh dear, I'm gonna bet it coincides with certain times. No, you don't say. Alright, so anyway, this is John Davis.
Let me address the hater. Let me address the haters.
That's Peanut Coconut. He's addressing the haters. John Davis is whistling about it.
Real fast. John Doofus True Crime. We're just gonna call his wife's work very shortly.
Oh shit, Brandy. White boy's gonna call your work.
There's lockdown. Threatening to go real life and harass someone else. Okay. Same shit, different day right now. There's a white boy. He's gonna call on harass. Go real life. Somebody in their job and this. Like he's been all building himself up for like a year and a half for, saying he doesn't do anything. He's not down for that. Nothing should be done. I can show you many video that boy's done saying he don't do no fuck shit like that. He doesn't condone it. He's not down with that. La la. He's against the MGLs and only him doing that shit. It shouldn't be done to us or Cadence or blah 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 blah. Right? And yet, he is promising to go real life, call somebody's workplace, their jobs, all this shit. Okay.
Shit, Brandy. White boy's gonna call your work.
Oh no. Want the number? Oh, my number.
That's right, you work for yourself.
Too bad.
Schmuck.
Turns out Brandy works for herself. Don't know who lockdown's gonna call by that. But it shows you. Boy don't know shit. He just, I don't know what he's fucking doing online. He's ignorant of all things. Just like the dumbass before he came here really thought, him and Noel did. Because that's how aware of the basics they are, even around Summer's case. In Summer's life, or any of us, or anything Summer Wells really, despite having constant continual contact with Candace Dawn, who you think would make him aware of things, but obviously not. Anyway, just like before he came here, him and Noel really thought we lived on 125, bro. And him and her were gonna come out there and do MGL type stunts and and try to elicit responses or bring my children out of the house. You know, because good old harassment, I guess it's not the same if you don't have bullying. Boy, ain't he taking you out for a ride. He built himself up on he's on a tragedy, man. He don't do it shit. He's against the MGLs and all them. He's gonna go protect society against them. He's gonna go play bodyguard on the second at the church to keep the big baddies away that are gonna harass people. But then the entire trip here, he's harassing people. Driving by, threatening them with pieces he's gonna release once he gets back. Working with abusers and child abusers and orders and slandering the shit out of us and all these other things, man. Fucking with the entire community again while he's here. And if he didn't have permission to go on Fred's, then, well, that's committing a criminal act. I hope Fred's family takes care of that, who are indeed in control of that property, not Fred. So anyway, I do hope that they, but then again, it could have been permission given by Fred. They're just playing it like that so it gets attention, right? Oh, God, it trespass. You never know with this. You never really know. I don't care. But, it's all about that provocateur. Oh, gosh, she's committed a crime. But in the background is planned, much like I did with C&D around the job thing, while the public's like, oh, gosh, they're really out there. And not supposed to be, and then it's fed up the real media like it's them just showing up out of the blue and doing it. If that shit's planned. But Lockdown knows that. He knows how this game works. Much like MGL, Olivia, JLR, and the rest of them do share opinion. All for one for all. Yeah, y'all seen it, heard it for yourself. The plot and plan and how things move, especially around Quentin Simons and everything else. If you ain't wise to the game yet, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't know what to tell you. And of course, there's a few pieces out there floating today, although suddenly pretending like Ziggy that it's, oh my God, you just said Fred's property, oh God, you're violating. It's an act, man. Fred's has been shown 1 billion times before. Go look in your damn search history. Go look in fucking putting Coder and Valkyrie and million others. Look at the Baby Build-A-Bear channels around here from like when the road was first unlocked. Scotty's Call, everybody else. It's been shown 1 million times, claimed by Ziggy or so. So what you're seeing last night, what you're seeing whatever, is to bring up the high seas drama to make you think this is just being done and Ziggy's terribly upset and Lockdown's trouble and oh my God, the trespasser and oh my God, this and oh! So you watch tonight and so it takes eyes to Lockdown for whatever's getting put the fuck out. That'll bring money in. That'll probably filter it back here locally to certain put in. That's what it's all about, eh? And so all the rooms can revolve around that content. Even the anti-tragedy film. They all profit off of your all's not remembering or coming in way later than, not realizing how many times it's done before, how they're playing you like fools, how they're getting ready to pump something out by one of the dummies. They're notorious for waiting until one of these dummies like Ziggy or Lockdown goes to stage post certain shit. That way they think they're far enough away to get by with it. And nobody will touch them with criminal charges or civil cases and shit. It's like getting away from the scene of the crime first, you know what I mean? With their content, which is really the destruction and harm and fucking pet and zoo style shit and all this shit around a real community, real lives, real people. Real human beings who asked for none of this. For their content, your entertainment, and everybody justifies. But either way, you're being taken for a ride right now. And being used, no matter where you fall, you're being used to build up eyes right before something. You know, guarantee it. Either way, you're being used right now and taken for a ride. This is only the billionth time Fred's property, including Ziggy's show. And as close to original form as you could get, and it was much worse than it is now. You're being lied to. You're being conned. And you're being bullshitted. This fake hysterics, fake this, fake that. I mean, I don't know how many times I'm gonna go through this year. How many times you gonna let these folks use you for this? Feed this same shit to you. Because it's what it is. It's con. From all of them. And a group effort to bring us to all of them and revolve in a unit to all make money off of it, whether they're pretending to be anti-tragedy pimps or against Peanut or against this one or for that one or whatever. It's building up eyes on all of them. And therefore bringing them money and views and clicks and content. And they're feeding you bullshit. See how many times Fred's been shown? Now suddenly there's hysterics over it. Y'all buy it bullshit if you don't. That right there should tell you what you heard. Last night is bullshit. The hysterics over bullshit. The revolving rooms around it's bullshit. The garbage is to get eyes on it. I mean, it's intended to use you all and to fuck with you all, and so y'all throw cash to them. Well, you think you're getting something new. Anyway, now you also tell me how in the hell any of them hear this cycle. Did anything for Summer or her case. Should we cue the Jeopardy music? All I can think they've really done is they've come here, they've probably talked to a few more locals, paid behind the scenes for the man in lies and bullshit. That way when they go back with this interviews or whatever, it's got a bunch of lies added in about a few of us. It's here, wow, oh my gosh. And content in that way, paid for harassment, slander, defamation pieces. Maybe more views of properties. I know you got the same dog trails, you got the same Fred shit, you got the same road driving shit. I don't know. You got the same Warriors Path and State Park and Pond shit. Same photo op shit around another event shit. Good versus evil, provocateurs on the ground, MGL, Olivia here, doing a 3-for-1 on several people, including Summer Missing, and Lockdown pretending to be road security and shit for other suspects, going on protecting, and then also promising they're against tragedy pimps while here doing the exact same thing, which is harassment and fucking around us and little and all so shit. It's I don't know. somebody probably jumped out in a ditch somewhere. Was like, I'm searching. I don't know. Tell you, they put out a flyer. Maybe. I'm sure they caught that on video. I'll show it to you later. Did they go scream somewhere? They're gonna disprove or prove something. They're gonna tell you that they're gonna lie like Jenny Adrian chasing dead for no real apparent reason other than to do that for some weird reason. I still cannot, even though the proof to show they were liars was on Facebook all the time and on YouTube. There's never a need for that. There's already been proven by others. That they lied and that there was never a need for them to go even do that in the first place. Also, you can't really begin or end screaming when you don't know where the beginning or end was, now can ya? That's right. You also cannot recreate the growth or positions or buildings of June 15th, 2021. So, fucking haha, motherfuckers. Anyway, and you'll never be able to do that. Not unless you hire an entire goddamn giant ass crews of mowers and tree trimmers and everything else. Whatever. Plus have the same moisture in the air as, and this as, and that as, and you know. I don't know. These people are stupid and they play y'all like stupid, but you know, whatever. I'm sure they'll scream from somewhere and tell you whatever we want to about it. Even though none of them hold an idea or clue. And that stays with Ellie and the card team. So it's just where it's at. Yeah. I hate that for you. I also never was dumb enough to give it to those around anyone that way could never, you know, not in that way, nor my children to, where it could potentially be used to weed. But close enough approximations, maybe possibly, potentially, you know, just to show that. So, but only Ellie and Card and others. Oh, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. So y'all go yell wherever you want to. Idiots. And that still does not mean, and I don't know why they try so hard with that screen thing. I'll never get it. And they act like it's the only thing we've seen, heard, witnessed that day either. It's the dumbest shit. But I would love one day to have an explanation for it. So would the kids. So far, no go on that. But even I'm willing to be like, hey, could be an explanation for it. So I'm like, could be wrong. Could be this. Could be that. It also does not mean abduction or kidnapping. And it damn sure wasn't my first thought. So, especially after 609, damn sure was not my thought until Don kicked that fucking pebble in, going, so you're telling me my baby girl blue? No, bitch, that's not what I said. They don't always, until there's answers, be like, all things are a possibility. I'm not going to stick to certain things just because I want them to be so, or I hope they are so. I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing and have been doing, which is all possibilities are, all people are on the table, including a great deal many you all aren't even aware of or know about or have the names for, and the patterns and the things and the receipts and the things I have through all the years and decades and all these things that I can piece together and look at certain things that correlate and do whatever and things I know based on community knowledge and because living there and all these other things and all the things, right, that you all do not hold and cannot hold, nor do any of these tragedy pimps hold, and even alien feds capabilities, I know that they don't really help. At least in ways like we hold them, you know what I mean? Which is really the only reason I bothered even with the fires puzzle to make, you know? Because there are things we can still hold that even they can't in a way, right? They can hold things on paper and put into boxes and databases and by profilers and cartoons lists, but still living in there, living around and all that, you know? It's a little different. Um, it's a little different. Even from them to us. So, but I take out everything and everyone 24 hours a day is my brain. And I know not all everybody's everything from June 15th will count, everything witnessed, heard, seen by a bunch of witnesses is there, you know, because y'all think there's just like one or two of us the fuck out here for some reason. Nah, there's more than that. Y'all think there's no evidence. Nah, there is. Y'all think a whole lot of fucking things. Y'all assume a whole lot of things. But I go about it that way. But I know that not everybody's everything from June 15th can count. And does count. Or will count. Not everything can be a thing that fits into the final puzzle and answers. A whole great deal of everything's not gonna count. It's not gonna be a thing. You know? Hell, I'm willing to be wrong. I'm willing that, you know, I mean, you have to, unless you're a dumbass, go, okay, well, this flash, that door, this screamer, that statement, or this or that, the other, whatever, you know, that so-and-so knows, that this one knows, that you know because you were told, or this or that, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Not all of it's going to be a thing. You'd have to be a dumbass to think so, or that you couldn't be wrong, or that it doesn't apply. And if you're not working it from that fucking aspect, then you're not truly working it. If you're only working it to make it fit your idea of what happened, or what you hope the outcome will be, or what you want it to be, then you're not going about it in the right manner. And if you think all things from everybody are a thing, and you're chasing fucking blue barrels 6 miles down the road with chicken in them, or this or that, or some for sale shit that you clearly know the goddamn barrel come from a place that already had that shit on it, because it was advertising the other barrels, and this place is making a fucking shit show of a fucking video for fucking 2 years and almost 8 months now. When you know damn good and well that barrel came from a fucking house that's selling those barrels because they're a thing, or and you're using them for burning, putting oil in, doing whatever until they get full, engine work, whatever, and then hauling them off, you know, whatever, right? It literally had that written on it. You know where the damn thing came from. Then you watch this place for 2 years and fucking 8 months almost. Makes it a thing. Company. You know? What the hell? Perplexed by some of it. Now, maybe it is a thing. I don't know, but I know where the damn barrel comes from. You know, I just, whatever, bro. know, Helen. It's like that bullshit a while back where Ziggy and Fred were trying to make it like there was the wooden whiskey barrels, which is a lie. 125 and such, and it means Summer crawled in them and like drowned or something. Right? They were used to collect rainwater. Y'all, Summer could swim, and there was no wooden barrels on 125. We explained it, but that's the way they wanted to put it out. And then water then wouldn't hold scent and evidence, and dogs wouldn't pick it up, and things wouldn't be missed. I mean, just people don't use logic and common sense around here. But Summer could fucking swim, bro. Duh. And also barrels are not. Yeah, I mean, y'all get it. I don't know what to tell you if you don't. It's just pumped out by Bones and Fred to make shit look weird and other people sus and whatever the fuck with lies. To create narratives. Y'all watched it though, ate it, never thought, wait a minute, Summer could swim. And what do you mean barrels as tall as she would be anyway? How in the hell would a child drown in that? Nobody hear it. No evidence left behind. Sent dogs pick up on missing bald spot in the yard. No detectives or anything would notice. No way to really haul anything. Okay. I tell you, for a place where it's supposed to be full of these people who study and true crime junkie themselves with snacks every evening as forms of entertainment, I don't know. There's a whole lot of non-thinkers in here, not using logic and common sense or aware of even basic crime scene things, techniques, investigations, law enforcement capabilities, tools, what dogs can do, what they can't do, how long scents can be picked up, how water really doesn't stop that, all these other things, how it often enhances, honestly, it just depends. And, I mean, all the stupid around here. I can't figure it out. Can't figure it out. I don't think I'm meant to. Anyway, beyond that, I wanted to talk about something else tonight, and I've been on here way too long on this topic. Much longer than I thought. Usually does. Doesn't it? Alright.
Marcus is a con.
And by the way, for the Valkyrie thing earlier, I was talking about she has definitely pieces up where she showed Fred's property in the way back. Many others do. Valkyrie also was stalking us, stopping here, taking pictures herself. She also freaked out when certain people around here looked like were following her, and taking pictures of her, and stalking her back and forth. Certain trucks related to certain people woven into the darkness and around so much case. Freaked the fuck out when it's her being stalked. I had no problem stalking the rest of us and dogs and shit of us and whatever. But yeah. That too was a thing. So anyway, but yeah. Anyway, you know. No,
She needs a counselor. But
where the hell did I put it? There we go. Alright. So this was done June 30th, 2021. Alright. This is Peter Hyatt.
I'd like to share a few thoughts on the disappearance of Summer Wells, a case that has brought much interest. The 5-year-old has been missing more than 2 weeks. The first thing we notice about the case is that the father's account is not reliable in the sense that he's repeating what someone else told him. So that must be discounted. And I'm aware of his criminal background. I'm aware of the obvious issues of substance abuse that may surround the family. But I'd like to focus on the mother's statement, and I've broken it down here. It's a little bit shorter. You get the full statement online. But to show what is concerning, what we know and what we don't know. So I'm going to start with the conclusion of the matter.
Therapy, for me, came at a time that was really pivotal. Becoming a new father, I needed more support. I have an extensive collection of regular.
The conclusion of that may surround the family.
Freaking ads.
I'd like to share a few thoughts on the disappearance of Summer Wells, a case that has brought much interest. The 5-year-old has been missing more than 2 weeks. The first thing we notice about the case is that the father's account is not reliable in the sense that he's repeating what someone else told him. So that must be discounted. And I'm aware of his criminal background. I'm aware of the obvious issues of substance abuse that may surround the family. But I'd like to focus on the mother's statement, and I've broken it down here. It's a little bit shorter. You get the full statement online. But to show what is concerning, what we know and what we don't know. So I'm going to start with the conclusion of the matter. The conclusion of the matter is that we don't know the source of the mother's guilt in this statement. I'd like to show that to everyone here. The mother has indicated a belief or knowledge that Summer isn't coming back. Now that goes against the normal parental capacity of protection and denial, especially a mother. So it's something that I'm concerned about. But when she was finally convinced to go into the media and speak to the media, which itself is unusual in terms of behavioral analysis, the mother wants to call out to the kidnapper. The mother said, and I've abbreviated a bit, me and my mother and her were planting flowers, and we went in after we got done washing our hands, and she got a piece of candy from Grandma. I walked her all the way over to the porch and watched her walking into the kitchen. So from that statement, and it's abbreviated, it says more, I'm able to conclude neglect. Now, some will counter and say, given the family circumstances, domestic violence, substance abuse, perhaps some cognitive limitations, that's to be expected, and it's true, it is to be expected, but it's in the language regarding what happened. So if a sex offender has grabbed little Summer, or human trafficking and that sort of thing, kidnapper, mom shows guilt, but I can't tell whether the guilt is because she caused Summer's disappearance or the guilt of neglect, which is here. But there are some also interesting things within this statement that call our attention to specific details. So she's asked what happened. Me and my mother and her. We like to hear a mother in particular use her daughter's name. And this was the beginning of what happened. She uses the pronoun her. I believe at this point even, that's some distancing language, psychological distancing. Say, well, what about if mom has cognitive limitations? That will impact the language. It certainly does. But if she speaks with an expectation of being understood and communicates with people, we adjust our context and we still analyze the words. Me and my mother and her, and we note the order, were planting flowers, and we went in after we got done washing our hands. Now, if you're planting flowers in the dirt, your hands are dirty, and the expectation is you're going to wash your hands. The expectation is not that you're going to have a need to talk about it. And this is where we often explore for guilt. I don't doubt that she washed her hands, and I'm not saying she lied about that. But what she's doing is including information that isn't necessary for the case, but does something else. We often find washing, when it is included unnecessarily, as another signal of guilt, among other things. The washing our hands not only will cause us to question, hey, why do you need to include that? We're not reinterpreting washing of hands to mean something else. We're wondering why the need to include that. You often find it in statements of guilt. And she, another pronoun she, got a piece of candy from grandma. Washing our hands slows down the pace of the statement. Tell us what happened. She went missing while we were planting flowers. That would be very quick and easy. But instead, we have a pace that's being slowed down, which often indicates tension, stress, and possibly even deception later on. I don't know if that's the case here, but I'm certainly open to it. Then I have the pronoun she again, not Summer, got a piece of candy from grandma. That's immaterial to what happened, we would think. But this also slows down the pace of getting to what is essentially the information that's needed. Now, she's a 5-year-old, and this is a normal household. This is all things that we presuppose. And 5-year-olds love to play, they love to wander, they love to have candy. I walked her to the porch. I walked her all the way to the porch, as if it's an extraordinary event, something out of the ordinary, something that's not normal. This is a portrayal of the subject by herself, the mother, as a good and conscientious mother who is diligently watching over her child. The need to include this information suggests to the contrary. And when you have a couple of those points, you realize you're looking at neglect. So it's not just the socioeconomic status, the substance abuse issues, the domestic violence reports, some of those things. It's in the language as well. And watched her walking into the kitchen. On a normal day, outside in your yard, planting flowers or doing anything, would you recall watching someone all the way in at age 5 who runs in and out likely on her own many times? This is another indicator of guilt due due to neglect. So it is possible that a sex offender got Summer, and mom has tremendous.
Now, mind you, that was part of the statement at the time. What's that tell you about us being eaten live over the shower statements and being able to see Dawn passing back and forth? All that when we were parked that night, in the same area where Candace would have watched Summer go in or escort her in, watched her go into the kitchen. Yeah. Interesting, isn't it? But we're told it's impossible. Couldn't see this. Wouldn't have known this. Wouldn't have known that. Couldn't see movement. This. Blah blah blah. That. Didn't hear it out of others' mouths and whatever. And this place is like, how could you see it? How could you see it? Whatever. Anyway, carrying on.
Guilt for not watching her more carefully. That's certainly a possibility. And another possibility is that mom's actions caused something to go terribly wrong with Summer. The first one we look at, this we talk about guilty knowledge a lot. Guilty knowledge being mom knows what happened to her, and the guilt is because of that. But the first one we're looking at is called attendant guilt. In other words, something took place that the subject didn't do. She didn't cause Summer's disappearance, but something else was going on there, and she feels guilty over that. And I don't know at this point, because of the way the interview was conducted, what it is. Now, the interviewer had an opportunity to say, hey, you didn't want to speak out because of all the nasty comments that people make on social media. What would you like to say to them? This would have.
No living being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life.
This would have given her an opportunity to say, I didn't cause Summer's disappearance. I don't know why the interviewer didn't ask the obvious question. But if your child was missing, would you care what people on social media said? Now, you might if it was impacting search efforts, which it wasn't. The search efforts were tremendous.
But see, there's where Peter is wrong. There's where Peter's wrong. So hold on just a second, guys. I'm gonna get lights going and get some ice. Alright, I'm back. Took me a minute. One of my cameras is losing its ever loving mind. Uh, Sensors are went off, and I don't know, that cycle something. And I had a full on fit about it, doing things. Like a weird eyeball. It's all over rolling around like an angry cow's eye. I don't know. Anyway, I just had to fix that fuckery. Okay. Um, I love the filling up the chat with the K's. That's wonderful trolling, isn't it, guys? As that's been mentioned recently by certain bones again the other night. No, it's total troll job. Wow, not seen that one before. Come on, now, man. Why they do this? No, bro. I don't know what. Why is it every time I step out or I come out, there's an immediate one going, hey! Why is that? You ever see them when the other ones do their 3-minute intermissions or when they're taking calls or you see the whole chat pop up with, hey! No, you don't. It's troller. Why? It doesn't stop them, though, does it? I'm gonna say a bad word if you don't stop. I don't know. Whatever. He really knows. Alright. Um, there's some bored ass people around the world. For real. Alright. Continuing on. I'll rewind just a bit.
Was disappearing.
No, commercial
Hi,
30.
Mark Bartlett, Sandy Hook Promise here.
No, look at Sandy Hook one. You know, where her favorite buddy JLR was, in the faces of these exact parents. Pretending to be the shooter's uncle and terrorizing me before their little ones' bodies could be taken out of school. That one. Alright.
When the gunman shot his way into Sandy Hook Elementary School,
his disappearance, but something else was going on there, and another possibility is that mom's actions caused something to go terribly wrong with Summer. The first one we look at, this, we talk about guilty knowledge a lot. Guilty knowledge being mom knows what happened to her, and the guilt is because of that. But the first one we're looking at is called attendant guilt. In other words, something took place that the subject didn't do. She didn't cause Summer's disappearance, but something else was going on there, and she feels guilty over that. And I don't know at this point, because of the way the interview was conducted, what it is. Now, the interviewer had an opportunity to say, hey, you didn't want to speak out because of all the nasty comments that people make on social media. What would you like to say to them? This would have given her an opportunity to say, I didn't cause Summer's disappearance. I don't know why the interviewer didn't ask the obvious question. But if your child was missing, would you care what people on social media said? Now, you might if it was impacting search efforts, which it wasn't. The search efforts were tremendous.
Like I said, there's where Peter's wrong. Wasn't just apparently what was being said online. Search efforts were being impacted. The efforts of law enforcement detectives. The questioning of all these things were being impacted by. Not by nasty comments online, of course, in a way, but sort of. Because by this point, you have several around here you see inserted firmly in or around 110. By the time that Candace finally comes public, Dawn does the first interview. In the first hours after Summer vanished, these people start hunting all of us, doing whatever, the contact families, false pretenses, even all the way down to the we can leave you hopeless motherfuckers that connect into this group, Benny, Serafina, Sweetie, the rest, MGL, blah. Alright? What you see in the first hours, if you're us, are people trying to get in or around the command center as it's brought up. You see people already putting out bullshit and lies, crap. You hear in the first few hours those people have been gotten rid of and all the way out of, the search teams they were trying to embed in. And the following days, you also hear word of people embedding in the search groups that are being shut the fuck down and got the fuck out of there from law enforcement because they're posting TikTok vids on social properties. They're somehow affiliated with this group on YouTube and otherwise. Later on, you realize how thoroughly embedded some of these were, that by the time you, the public, Peter Hyatt, and by the end of the month, and the following, June 30th at least. That interview with C&D's tainted all the shit. It's tragedy pimped up, handler controlled. You have people writing the narratives and the script and fairy telling and butterflying and according to Salted Earth over there, helping them cover up. Now that's a Salted Earth somehow. You see those like her and others till Mullins takes over, anyway. Being the ones to write all the pretty speeches, all the things put out in the media, their words are the ones you hear parroted by Dawn and Candace, the ones you see start being dropped. I mean, you can tell you can follow which are Salteds and the others and the Squalls versus, say, Mullen and such by the language usage in what Candace and Dawn parrot. And at certain times, there's nothing you've seen after that point. Starting this point, it's not fucking tainted all to hell. What you see in real life, what you think pieced together, those firmly inserted around, being the ones to pump out false suspects. All sort of shit that causes all of us to be questioned about these people and weird shit and funky shit, and everybody's like, huh? And even Ellie's like, yeah, we know, but we had to ask. I'm like, yeah, right. Like, what the fuck? You also, by this point, know that there are certain ones, right, that later come into play in bigger ways to fuck with you, your family, your children, and all this with this group they've been with since day one. Over here, with all their Facebook Summer Wells groups and all their hidden little groups and all this the other, right? Talking shit about setting up, plotting, planning. One of those in days to come will eventually be one that has been asked to be placed on your Facebook by Candace. And then eventually, within days of that, blackmails you and your children with it. Does things with it. Which has a drastic impact on everything social media wise. Is there shit being called in, law enforcement's time taken off of, hoax calls, those bullshit even by CD and their little tragedy pimp crew at that point. It's fucking wild. But in the first few weeks, just these, it's already tainted all the shit. It's already tainted all the shit. But you also know that some of those here amongst you still, and a group here locally, people around, may have potentially put out tips to come in to possibly and potentially move searchers from areas at certain times. That's pretty worrisome. And that would have been before even law enforcement was taken off of the end of the road to protect us all from Looky Lou's, Pet and Zoo, Bonita's, the rest. It's hella concerning. No, everything was being impacted. From top to bottom. By those inserted hours after Summer vanished, trying to get near the command center, trying to get in search groups, those in C&D's ears. Certain section of locals, for some reason, a lot of which are related to darkness moving in. It's concerning the story woven from certain points forward involve so hillbilly junkie sickos, right? It's concerning because, well, for me, I think there's two things in operation in play here. One's a semi-simple outcome. Razor. Whatever happens, summer. I think it's simple. But I think there's a purposeful cloak. To muddy the waters. And to falsely target, or to set up, or to fuck with. To cause the ultimate chaos. And to financially gain off of it while doing it. And it intended to make certain folks and certain things appear like they were part of or around certain things that they were not. To deflect, to hide the simple truth. Now it's unweaving all these things. That were active minutes, hours, etc. after summer vanished. All the way until now. To find the simple thing. And to figure out those cloaking on purpose, misdirecting everything from those search efforts for summer to investigators, detectives, etc., and to help the chaos on purpose, and to hold those to account. And to hunt that shit down. That one's not really hard to get either. It's really not. But you know, Dawn used to be infamous for using the word hillbilly junkie and sicko and this parroting of, all these other words. You can hear it as it changes through speechwriters and people who helped and the shares and the binnings, PGs and everybody. Monsters are, they all everybody parrots. As a human being, we all parrot. But monsters have a habit of doing it at a more profound rate and extreme nature of it. And they leave signs behind of themselves and each other, whoever they're around, in their writing. Word drops, speech pattern, all these things. Music listened to, heard by, whoever they're around. I mean, just all these little things changes. Anyway, it's the whole thing. Anyway, so Peter's wrong. And because certain people were outright within hours using this place, some very local, an hour to this space, to maybe help some of the fuckery. There's where Peter's wrong. And you can't really put that off on any of us, 'cause none of us are public, bro. None of us. Even the videos to our community on private social media things is error messages when they weren't known. And they were really just simple, hey, searchers are still searching, y'all keep an eye out for Summer, she's still missing, that type of thing. Nothing, no giveaways, no TMIs, no. It's coming from those closest to Summer, feeding out everything to this room, and to those closest locally who seem to have been a great deal of fuckery around Summer's case and still are. Night, Shu. I'd hope and ask as if our study somewhere. She'd be like, hey, night. Anyway. I want to ask you a question. How do experts like Peter Hyatt, the behavior panel, all these anywhere really, how do they break that apart? How do they separate them? And you even have Salted at a point, right as the transition from her and Mullins comes into play, and she's sort of semi-cut out. She gets mad, comes up here with the messages, proves whatever, Ziggy builds her up, all these things, blah, 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 the rest is history. Admits to, and y'all have heard on my channel and others, past few weeks, where she's like, hey, well, just helping them cover up, whatever. Anyway, all these things, right? And how do these experts, when everything's tampered with, when people are told to say certain things, when their story by that point's tragedy pimped or told to be XYZ, or but it's Salted and are pissed because Dawn wouldn't say certain things to the behavior panel near the Dr. Phil shit. That's how far this shit was going. How do even these experts read that? How do they parse it apart, especially if they're not aware that it is happening to that degree? Or maybe they are. Maybe that's where you get such weird questions about like cornbread shit. Fuck, I don't know. Or maybe because of the introduction of the theme of it has to be a kidnapping and it had to be an acted by and hillbilly junkie sicko. Just like in the speeches that Salted was writing. Shows up in news articles and pressers and weird shit. Right? Yeah. Speeches that Benny Geese read off for him that they swore were written by Dawn. It's fun. Y'all been taking for a ride how many years? How many of these experts have been as they've tried to break down and looked at all these pieces, articles, first statements, middle statements, interviews. I don't know. So I had a thought last night. It's like, man, if you really go back, a lot of what Hyatt and others' assessments are going to be are not really going to be the reading of Candace or Dawn and these things. It's going to be the reading of what those like Salted Earth and Mullen are. They're reading them. A whole hell of a lot of them. Boy, ain't that concerning when you think about what Peter, Haidt, and all them said. Especially as they read over sentences you know damn good and well are full on fairy tale fluff the fuck up shit by Mullen. Salted and Squalls and everybody else. And then Peter stops and goes, well, this sentence is, and it says whatever. And you know it comes from one of those, like Cher, Salted, Squall, Mullen. You're like, huh. Well, you may have thought that come from Candace, or Dawn, but that's actually full sentence by, and told to be said by. To, and, well, that assessment would then be actually him reading Mullen or Cher or Salted or the others, right? Y'all should probably go back and look at all the times these experts have went through all these statements and interviews and everything else with Candace and Dawn. Go back to the written speech. All these things you hold the receipts for, much like I do. Which speeches is the other language that links up, syntax is the same, all these things, right? You can see the parody. You can then attribute it to which one, like Cher, Salted Squall, Sarah Mullen actually told them to say, do whatever fairy tales theirs, you know, type of shit. And then listen. Those moments will actually be hiding them, reading them. And I'll tell you, that's a little concerning. Yeah. But anyway, you know, the thing around here is this, all these creators involved in this, All for One for all the way up the food chain, from We Can Leave You Hopeless, all the rest, blah, blah, and all things, they've all known this. From onset, hunting of us, the targeting and acquiring of all of us, prices on us, manipulation types you cannot imagine. Oh my god, you know, y'all know the story. I'm not gonna go over it for the 4 billionth time. I just all these creators knew the whole time, every time they broke down a newspaper article, or Candace or Dawn said, or this interview was done, or this, that, blah, 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 blah. This was written from Dawn behind, and even I thought to him, well, he was pretty literate, just there. I've seen him and known him to write, especially when he's feeling guilty about shit, on his habits of writing to say it's like it's thing. Anyway, so I have seen him do that, but then you come to figure out that, you know, of course you figured somebody fancied it up a little, right? But, you know, it's just pieces fall together throughout all this, you know. But all these things, man, They were everybody else except. I mean, there's some, obviously, but they're told what to this and what to that, blah, blah, blah. But all these creators knew the whole time. They were taking you for a ride. They knew their buddies were doing all these things. They were even having half of it, like, say, Salted would tell them to say a certain thing. Then behind the scenes, she'd have J4 and Cher pumping out bullshit. And the narrative that, the money and the kidnapping and the cartels and hillbilly journey, whatever, and needed money, and then there comes the idea, and Cher trying to talk Dawn into fundraiser shit, and even if it looks one way to the public, for it to be fraudulent and raising money in the back for another thing, all these things, right? Almost as if at first they were trying to set C&D up, but then I think that expanded. I think it grew very targeted on others as the local sector interwhelmed thoroughly with the tragedy pimp sector and all the darkness. Yeah. And then they all were like, hell yeah, kumbaya, bitches, we're all gonna get along for all this and all these millions and millions and millions to be made. And they have. The tally, even before, apparently we came public, and it was unbeknownst to us later, was literally millions in the first 3-4 months been raised on Summer's name on YouTube. And that's just what could be seen out front, not with forensic accounting or anything. And that does not count the marathons and the billboards and the scams and the cons and shell games and fuckery and theft and hacking and all the shit. Right? Not even least doesn't include any of that. Think about years of that. Think about real criminals also using this realm to launder money. They're using this group as they crisscross the country to deliver or take or do or who the fuck knows what. Under the guise of, oh, I'm just gonna go tragedy pimp in another state around an active case, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. Often where you see much money flow, you see the real extreme criminal shit, real cartel shit, real trafficking shit that spans the world, type of shit that rubs elbows with the worst of shit, Crypto scams, hidden shit, tax evasion shit, you name it, bro. Alright? Anyway, what y'all think about that? All these creators knew the whole time, and all their buddies were involved in this. So every time they were here for all these years now, every article, every this, Peter said that, someone says breaking down this, they knew each and every one of them things been tainted. People have been told to say, this has been said, they've been coached, this has happened, blah, 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 blah. Boy, ain't that taking you all in the world and these experts who are actually trying to help find Summer. Because whether I like or think that people like this are correct or not or whatever, it has to skew them in some way. They could find answers, but in the way that they could, it's been tainted. All the little tragedy pimp shit stains on the salad bar. Local fuckery on purpose. There's a shadow woven in to cloak the truth. It's probably very simplest, but that can even maybe misguide fuck up, redirect, even the best experts. But this whole group has damn well been aware of what kind of ride they've been taking for years now. And what roles they've played in. And what roles their little local helpers played in. And who and what they're targeting and why it's being done. Some don't care though. Yeah, they don't care in the least. They just care about the content. All for one for all, man. So these people that really could have helped, maybe still can help, actually find somewhere we're actually thwarted by little shit-stained locals, shadows, darkness, and by tragedy. Yeah, I got your life. Bros exist. They do. They do. I'm glad you come in here and told us bros exist. I'm gonna tell you. I'm glad you're aware of them. Anyway.
But a maternal instinct, and for most people, just human empathy, and not.
And I gotta tell you that. Gotcha life. Yeah, a little weird right now. It's a hell of a name. Don't let me Gotcha life. You literally put in chat, brah. BRA. See? There you go. Now here, what? Now it's, I assume you thought when you were retracting messages up here, retract them over here. It's not really how it works. Good luck to you in the box. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. Anyway.
Not knowing what happened would cause them to do whatever it takes to run out, call for her child immediately, and address the kidnapper. So investigators have a difficult case on their hands, not simply because of the time that has passed along, but because of the mother's statement.
We'll rewind a bit.
I don't know why the interviewer didn't ask the obvious question, but if your child was missing, would you care what people on social media said? Now, you might if it was impacting search efforts, which it wasn't. The search efforts were tremendous.
But see, it's not, for me, in my opinion, it's not really the concern of them. It's just that bad shit being said about them. They needed redirectors, handlers, butterflies, speech writers, etc. So bad things are being said about it. They're not worried it has an impact on search efforts or anything for summer. Because they had to know it was having an impact on the investigation. The people they were talking to, playing with in the background by this point in time. Tell them do X, Y, Z, all these other things. When I don't really know it's playing an impact. So it couldn't have been that Sandy had a concern that it was the bad things online were having an impact. No, they were truly just worried about the bad things being said about them. Much like Monster and his reasons for it. Anyway, carrying on. That's my opinion.
But a maternal instinct, and for most people, just human empathy, and not knowing what happened would cause them to do whatever it takes to run out, call for her child immediately, and address the kidnapper. So Investigators have a difficult case on their hands, not simply because of the time that has passed along, but because of the mother's statements. You've heard things from media where it appears law enforcement is confused, quote unquote, about what happened. And that's a deliberate statement that's meant to say, we've got some issues here. We don't have a clear answer of what happened. And that's important.
Hear
I
that?
had a case. So investigators have a difficult case on their hands, not simply because of the time that has passed along, but because of the mother's statements. You've heard things from media where it appears law enforcement is confused, quote unquote, about what happened. And that's a deliberate statement that's meant to say, we've got some issues here. We don't have a clear answer of what happened. And that's important. I had a case many years ago where a little girl went missing, and the father was deceptive about what happened when she went missing. And it proved later on that he didn't do it. What was he deceptive about then? We learned that he was deceptive because he was under the influence of drugs, and at that point, incapable of giving eyes on protection to the little girl, who was able to open the door herself and wander away. So that's called attempted guilt, and it's very difficult at times to discern. So the conclusion of the matter is here is it's inconclusive. We need more of a statement. The 911 call, of course, would be telling. I don't have any association with the case. I'm just going strictly by the public record. Mom shows guilt, but mom also shows the knowledge, referencing her daughter in the past tense several times, that her daughter isn't coming back alive. We need to know why that is. Has she been told something that was so sobering that it knocked parental capacities down, the capacities of protection and denial? Or is it something else that needs to be said?
I don't know, it's probably dumb, stupid ass from the beginning. Immediately from that night. Within hours. Being like, oh, she's dead. Meh. So in that room, I could see Candace having listened to that for weeks beforehand and whatever. Could have an impact, but who really knows? Anyway, now, appealing to the perpetrator. Or appealing to. Me, often, somebody's tried to do that. Sometimes outright. With pinpointing. Appeals. Other times, in other ways. If indeed there is. Mine's done in a way to where it's like all possibilities. Whoever the fuck you are, please do the right thing. They often eat me alive for those moments right here. The other day, the 4th, I put up a message. Tried to use it for that purpose. And I don't know, but I became aware of this because of Don Bungle's everything. Was it alive or short or video? What the fuck was that? Ah, here it is.
Drop this sour liquid under your tongue and achieve perfect A1C levels. Thousands of people are saying good.
All right, guys. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a great Monday. Thanks to all my subs, members, everybody watching the channel. Best way to support the channel is just watch the video all the way through, and let's get into it. Summer Wells, Robin Lane. Guys, remember, I've been saying this whole time, could Summer have been rehomed, or something along the lines of that, right? I'm beginning to wonder, because there is a post by Robin Lane that says she thinks someone carried out a secret mission, and prays this mysterious person comes forward with Summer alive and well.
And it's at that moment I hear Don B saying that, and I'm like, what the excuse me? And I do this because what I've been talking about recently, some of the lives are open, some are not. If you were here, you were here. If you weren't, you weren't. Oh well. I found that rather strange and very weavy. I do. Now, I don't know what date this post is from. I'd assume in the past day or two, as certain others have been speaking about things this year, but I find a flavor on it. Right? Maybe, I don't know. I find a flavor on it. A little weird for me. I'm like, huh, ain't that odd? Suddenly now this happens after certain folks are saying certain things and what they can finish their hillbilly sicko ride and extreme targeting on certain folks, all this other bullshit. Okay. Fuck it. Possibilities, right? So anyway, I find it weird. Timing.
Now, with all the possibilities on the table, I know a lot of you people think that Summer's dead. Apparently, Robin thinks that secret mission was carried out, and hopefully this mysterious person comes forward with Summer alive and well. Very interesting, guys. Very interesting. I know a lot of you guys have said that,
and at first I think, well, that's Don Bungles Everything's language, a secret mission, right?
Robin Lane has been known to help. I think you guys have said, there's stuff on the internet where Robin Lane has helped or the church itself has helped in the adoption phase at some point. They don't do adoptions, but they help out.
They facilitate. Don Bungles. That's the word you're looking. They help facilitate.
No, guys. But again, I keep saying I hate going at Robin, But every time I back off of her,
That's another thing I can't figure out. Now, I know on the sus list, apparently, according to Ansley, quote, those close to Summer at the church is listed right below Candace and Dawn, and then Grandis and other family members, then neighbors. Now, they don't say exactly which church, much like they don't say exactly which neighbors. But you would assume now it'd be that church and those close to Summer. And well, since Ansley did do that brick wall piece on the way back, and it was Robin and Dodson, other church people from there, their faces put up on it. You just assume. I don't know. But it would look like, according to Ansley, everybody's in the suspect pool. This place treats everybody differently. Don't they? A little weird, but anyway, okay, carrying on.
she does something like this to make me go at her again. And if you guys want to see the post, I'll show it to you.
The post reads, I guess a name, because it's in a comment section or something. Thank you for your commending words. I'm sure someone carried out a secret mission because a little girl is missing and nobody seems to know where she is. I'm praying continually that this mysterious person comes forward with Summer alive and well. Job 12, blah, blah, quote, and covers deep things out of darkness. Not about you, but me. I haven't mentioned a whole lot of darkness and shadows and shit right here lately. Must be Robin's on the same bender on them. Anyway, and brings the shadow of death to light. Pick a lane. Lane. Reveal, rescue, and restore is the prayer. Say what? I don't even know. Anyway. This is weird. Secret mission? I don't know. Man, there's some weirdness happening. There's a TikTok thing up there. So I don't know if this happened on TikTok or Facebook. Yeah, I just don't care either. Kind of weird.
All right, so there's the post. And again, I hate going at her, but every time I back off, she does something like this, and then it makes me wonder: does she know something? Does she have, you know how we say Dawn and Candace have that knowledge, but they're
Oh, it makes me wonder far beyond all that. I have a different idea about it all, but in a way, right? Like, why? Why this? Why now? What's brain dot? What's being woven? I just to continue to maybe cloak her. I just, yeah.
not telling nobody anything. Does Robin Lane have that knowledge? And like Dawn and Candace, she's not telling anybody anything. We know.
Not telling anybody anything, but maybe directing things or making things look smart. I don't know. Just trying to make others look certain ways.
From day one, Robin has been, right there with Don and Candace, through thick and thin. I mean, Robin's been with them through the nastiest times on YouTube. When we all were like, this is disgusting how Don and Candace is treating Summers' case. Right. Most of us would have been fed up with them. Sorry, guys. There's no way I could have supported them the way Robin has, right? And that support.
Weird how it was ignoring phone calls on purpose because you could tell, nah, they want to deal with all that shit or be buddies with C and everything. Went from that on June 15th to all this, an instant transformation of faces, masks, personalities. You could tell certain folks didn't really like Summer, her clamoring all over them or pulling at them or interrupting them during services, and you can hardly find the admittances of such as Summer actually got on their nerves, but it is around here in the tragedy pimp streets, and places that don't want those things hidden. To the, I don't know, there's so many wearing their own little masks, and I don't know how you go from fuck that, I don't want nothing to do with ignoring calls and everything else. Don't actually really like this kid, facial expressions, body movements kind of get in the way, gets on the nerves, blah blah. To all this for years, but it is what it is.
Through all the stuff that Don and Candace have done to make Summers' case a circus, they treated it like a game. So my question is, has this been a game the whole time? Now let's put two and two together here. We all know.
I'm gonna go with yes, Tomby. I'm gonna go with yes. Just from my perspective, and wouldn't so much call it a game, considering there's a missing child at the center of it. I'd call all of it, and most of the players in it. I don't know why, what, where. It doesn't matter run running, chicken and eggs, and all the fuckery and mud and jello, but it's been something for sure. A game, no. Just simply because there is a missing child named Summer in the center of it. A whole lot of lives from hers to her brothers, community, courts, all these things, community members, witnesses, etc. being affected, destroyed, annihilated. So I wouldn't call it a game. But it's something real bad, and it stinks to high.
That CPS was involved before someone was missing. We all know, or we all wonder, was Summer about to put somebody in prison or some people in prison for a very long time?
Now I will tell you that in the comments section of this video, I found some of the most disturbing comments ever that show me how a whole lot of females in this world are ignorant of their own bodies. Woefully so, and that's concerning. but also parents of children are absolutely ignorant of. There's people down there going on with this wild shit, and it's so disgusting, man. I don't even want. When I read it, it's like people talking about how listen.
Now think about
And I'd love to tell you it's the first time this person talks about people's bits and pieces like this, especially Summers. It's not the first time I've called Don Biggles here ignorant as fuck about children, and that he has a daughter as well, or wife, and he's still ignorant of anatomy or anything. But it's whatever.
about it. She's had time to heal. Right? She's had time to heal. Proving anything along the lines of SA at this point, if that's why they, if that's why Summer was taken and, hidden from CPS, if it was just the fact that she was under 8 and any abuse and neglect.
And here's the problem with this. If there are certain damages done by predators to children, those just don't disappear, even with age and things. Okay? There would still be evidence, scarring, and things like that. And that's really just all I want to say about that, because it makes me want to fucking moan. In the comments section, you'll find other women, woefully ignorant of their own bodies, anatomy, how things work. They, much like ignorant fucking religious male nutters over in the Middle East and other places, are like intact, right? And their thing is that they're like, oh no, even now, if not intact, that'll be clear evidence of. I don't know if you females who are that unaware of your bodies, how they work, how a lot of people are born without those, how a lot of females never really even have those, especially if you're active, play sports, do any of this, right? Some never have them, some lose them just walking, jogging, playing, don't even realize it's happened. Intact does not mean anything has been done. You know what I mean? Intact, you get what I'm saying? Like, and some women, can't get rid of theirs at all. They have to go have them surgically done. They will not go away, no matter what kind of effort they give to that, okay? So they have to have theirs surgically taken away. All bodies are different, this and the other, okay? So intact does not mean not tampered with. Not intact doesn't mean, vice versa. It doesn't mean one way or the other. Scarring and things like that are different. I need you ladies to start studying your physiology things. I just need you to just become good Lord. So I just think it's, you know what I mean? just found it distasteful at best. I understand it could be a real theory of summoner, all these things. I get why, but damn, that much detail. I just, for me, it's like, I know I don't want to think about things like that. I think we all know possibilities or have the thoughts around, and that still doesn't mean that why or how she vanished either. If all those things were anything, it just. Anyway, just. Makes me want.
Would have been felony charges for Dawn in Kansas. That could have been the issue.
Do you think you'd be happier as a boy?
But it seems like this whole thing has just been a game to Dawn in Kansas.
I hate that thing. You think it's pro-LGBTQ. No, it's like those freaking clinics that make women, the churches make them think it's like pregnancy help, and they get them in there and they religion shame them. It's the same thing with the documentary. It's awful and evil. I don't know. I hate that freaking.
They've not really taken Summer's disappearance seriously. Now you got Robin saying that, she thinks someone carried out a secret mission and she hopes this mysterious person comes forward with Summer alive and well. I'm beginning to wonder, is that about to happen? Does Robin Lane know something that we don't? Now here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. If CPS was about to take in kids, then you're looking at custodial interference. You're looking at some felonies here. And if anybody helped out, you're looking at accessory.
And look, here's the thing. Summer, even at 5, would have been able to give enough detail to potentially identify someone that took her. That's why I never believed all that bullshit like radar and all they were putting out this year, that people thought that there was a real possibility that Summer had been taken, and a couple days later, even with all the search teams and feds and all these things up, that they then just dropped Summer back off. I don't care if that really was a fucking theory anyway. It sounds stupid to me. It still does, but whatever. So I'm thinking, babe, would have kept her for this many years with the plans of then dropping her back off. When enough time had passed, whatever. No. Several years with a person or persons, and as old as she is, they're being that way. She would definitely have enough wherewithal to identify, give certain aspects to identify persons or places or she was kept or kept with. So no, and they're fun to discuss stuff. But I do hope that you hear things like that. I do hope the person or persons responsible, I hope it is anything, and that they would do the right thing. And they drop her off, even if it meant, but then they turn themselves in, or both at the same time, anything. I hope that every damn day, every second of every day, no matter the circumstances. I hope the person or persons responsible, they do the right thing, no matter what. And they turn themselves in and they help bring someone home to their community and their brothers, courts. I do hope that every day. As you can see, Graham here is on the bed. Y'all. And I'm gonna start itching and scratching. You know how it goes.
To custodial interference. It's not the first time that this has happened. Parents do it all the time with CPS when they know their kids are getting ready to be taken. It happens all the time across the country. The FBI gets involved in it because it involves children. So we can go over that in a different video. But and I talked about that too in my video a long time ago. Custodial interference. Could that have been what this whole thing was about? I mean, go look at the facts, guys.
Custodial interference, that usually falls under like where divorced parties or order of protection, this the other. One parent has and the other one takes off the child, etc. That's, I don't know what he's just putting murder.
Fact is, CPS was involved before someone went missing. The fact is,
and he couldn't say it's custodial interference because at that time, DCS or CPS did not have custody of those children. And it wouldn't be under the same guidelines, so I don't know, just her attorney. Anyway.
CPS is involved in the Summer Wells investigation with the police. And the fact is, Summer went missing. So, I mean, those are all facts. They ain't rumors, they're facts. So again, let me know what you think about all this. Drop some comments below. I didn't think I'd be back on here doing another video, but
okay. And it gets even weirder if you factor in that Don bungles everything and puts out pieces like they're new about Robin's ex-husband and him being arrested for doing the funky shit around the drug drop-offs and sort of the actual courthouse and jail. That's old news. Regurgitated, nothing new there. But, so I don't know where he's going with this. But whatever. Anyway, also, on top of that, I found this. Let's see if I can find it again. And then I've got to go. Why are you trying to move the whole earth tonight 6 times? Whatever. I got Crowley and Graham here, and they're all trying to. I don't know what they're doing. Doing things. As you can know. Selecting appropriate repertoire. Okay, I don't know. Houthi drone boats, Red Sea. Now they're all arguing and putting stamps on alley this, alley that. There was a fake Jim Terry thing happening yesterday, I think, or something. Checking Irish. Been there. Oh, I do need to touch on that though. Who played that freaking piece? Oh, here it is. This is from Evil Exists. And it's very faint, as I recall, so y'all may need to...
There's one simple sugar hack that anyone can use to reset their blood sugar on demand. Did you know that you can pee out blood sugar? Most people... Summer Wells is still missing, and it's been 2.5 years.
This was a day ago.
This point. Ronnie lost, and it's been 2.5 years at this point. Ronnie...
Actually, Monday shot like 2 years, 8 months, but okay, here.
Lost and promised an update, and still nothing. I've given up hope on Hawkins County ever solving this case. Going by the sentence Sheriff Lawson son got, it's hard to have faith in them honestly. TBI released a very short statement yesterday saying that they don't have the answers yet, but they are still investigating the circumstances surrounding Summer's disappearance.
The circumstances surrounding Summer's disappearance, which heralds all the way back to them stating that there's still questions about the questions in regards to the circumstances leading up to Summer's disappearance. Not necessarily Summer's disappearance. Maybe it's just the wording they chose, and our brains want to pick it apart that way. But the first statements that they years ago were still questions, etc., about the circumstances leading up to Summer vanishing. And it's been changed just a wee bit to the release the other day. But anyway, carrying on.
Statement yesterday saying that they don't have the answers yet, but they are still investigating the circumstances surrounding Summer's disappearance. Do you remember from the beginning Don tried to push the abduction theory, and then he went further and pushed the theory that Summer was trafficked into Mexico? Why would his...
Oh yeah, Pepperidge Farm remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers first fucking Pebble Drop, but thought for weeks strongly. It's like, wait, did I take, or did it? And it took me a while to catch on, months even. But it had then indeed been the opposite. I was trying to fucked up. And then that's why you've seen me for years now steer clear of much of what the others said and done online this year. But, yeah. And not becoming aware of some of the major shit they've said until much later on. Being like, what the fuck? What do you mean a dog trail? This is where y'all went with this? You know. Seriously? So, but it's why. Because I became at a certain point. Now in September, as you can see in my first videos, I was like, I don't know if Candace ain't do this. But I was very reluctant to say, yeah, there is, right? But, there's a reason for that. Because my first thoughts, after Don kicked that pebble on the pond, were not strangers. Got to tell you. But, those were my first thoughts that day. My thoughts were she was hurt, left behind, gotten hurt. That's the other right. I expected her to be there. I expected I and the other neighbor to find her. Even after Don kicked that fucking pebble in the pond and painted the shit out of everything. And then tried to use the scream and everything else it looks like till they figured out exactly what time that occurred. And it was like, uh-oh. And then whole distancing from everything, from the dogs to the scream to everything, still wanting fucking dog trail to apply, though they've taken the scream and woven it to fit how it should sound to fit that series of events. I don't know. And then after I was like, the fuck? I think I was late last year. What the fuck do you mean dog trail? What is where you're at? Okay. And then Dalton suddenly within days was like, well hell, maybe Summer did walk off, got mad and walked on. Okay. After he spent years saying it's not possible. Alright, bro. It's been weird for me. So I've been ever cautious about listening to the others, them taking it, and vice versa. I'm like, la 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 la. They all seem to be the only ones studying everybody else since the very day Summer vanished. Trying to get all their shit together when they're making match. I ain't about that life. It's concerning the rest are, though, including Fred, CD, I don't fuck. I don't know under what reasons they're all doing it either. Moving their own timelines back and forth to fit certain shit when they're like, oh fuck! No, we know the timeline is public. Oops. Can we move it back to 4:30? Can we move it to this? Can we... Shit. I don't know, man. It's up to Ellie and Fez to figure out what the fuck everybody else is doing. Anyway. Okay, I'm gonna back it up a bit. People are strange.
Defend them honestly. TBI released a very short statement yesterday saying that they don't have the answers yet, but they are still investigating the circumstances surrounding Summer's disappearance. Do you remember from the beginning Don tried to push the abduction theory, and then he went further and pushed the theory that Summer was trafficked into Mexico? Why would his mind go immediately to that possibility?
But it didn't. It was woven in by a fake Fed or maybe a real Fed. Prayer Garden, share all them. Hence it fucking fundraisers popping up under fraudulent reasons. Salted underhandedly, playing with all those J4, share, etc. to revolve and also fuck over normal, doing all the thing. There's a whole thing to it, evil. Just carry on.
When there are so many other things that could have happened. He thought she was in some motel with a man, being beaten up and assaulted. That was his main theory, and he mentioned it so many times online. Never did he say maybe she wandered into the forest, or a wild animal caught her. Nothing.
I don't think any of us believe she wandered off into the woods, never be seen again, bro. Nobody on this earth will ever get me to believe that. No, I'm gonna pass that bullshit. Summer just did not wander off into the woods and everybody seen it. Sorry, not without some sort of interference. Not with that help. She did not. Didn't. Could she have wandered off with it? Could it really be just a stranger person? Coincidence? Perfect storms? I don't know. But I'll tell you, she didn't wander up into the damn woods. Chasing butterflies, Winnie the Pooh style. Never to be seen and not to be found that exact night. There's no way that type of equipment. Searchers didn't find her, and as the days moved forward and more dire things have been transpiring, dehydration, hunger, fear, etc., that she would not have been calling out, been heard, especially by those of us out, because there wasn't, believe it or not, the mayor wasn't the only one. There were many other neighbors sitting outside throughout the nights, listening for her and otherwise, and protecting their properties, their families as well, from crazies and bullshit and whatnot. Not knowing who's responsible and all these things play. But I know I wasn't the only neighbor. I could hear the others walking their porches and properties and things, and I know a great many were listening, waiting for the same thing I was, hoping you'd hear a voice. You know, just on the off chance, but just waiting. Summer just didn't walk off into those woods. Not without some sort of interference or something like that, of some variety, something, like, no, something then coming into play with her sort of wandering near woods or just a little off property or something like that. No. And I don't mean off property, I mean just a little bit off hill or a little bit down into a field where the woodcutter's been or down towards the roadway inside of being or something like that. No. No, she wouldn't have gone far. She's definitely not gonna go all the way inside of the woods. You know what I mean? All the way up into the thick sections of them and actually off of her 11-acre property. You get what I'm saying? Absolutely fucking not. Nobody will ever gonna believe that. Absolutely. Okay. So anyway, something happened. And also the animal predation thing. Nah, people are gonna miss me with that shit too, and here's why. All the dogs, all the equipment, scavenging would have taken place at a certain point that would have been heard by all kinds of neighbors. It would have been seen by law enforcement, even with the disruption during, say, daytime, the helicopters and stuff. At night, the nighttime scavengers and things come into play, especially since they've been driven down from the hills and further in on us because of those noises and things. We were heard. Okay. And it is indeed something some of us were listening. Changes in patterns of the animals, the coyotes. All these things. But scent dogs, equipment, heat signatures, all these things is decompetent things come into play, I don't buy that either. Look, y'all, we got a new type of troll. You want to see it? It needs attention. This is the type of human being that can not only think this way out here in the world, but thinks that it's a good use of the time it has here on this tiny little speck floating through space to do this only to make the world darker. It should concern you that people like this exist in the world. Here's why. Because if they can think like that in order to troll and type it out, something ain't right about it, man. Most of us can't even fathom these thoughts, let alone go and do them for troll purposes or otherwise. And make the world darker on purpose. Make the world feel darker for those it's already dark enough around. But someone like this behind a fake name, icon, sir, they can think like this. They can find it a good time to come troll or otherwise. So y'all see it as simple tee, whatever. Their brains work like this. In order to formulate these thoughts, be okay typing them, be the type of individual that can do this, feel okay about it, sleep well at night with themselves. They could have spent the same time somewhere on the internet, the world, typing out something good into the realm. And it made the world a brighter place. But this tells you that amongst you, their average assholes are in your water coolers that are capable of this, and they're fun and free time out there. They can think like this, think it's fun to do, and I guarantee you, face them face to face most days, they'd say they're a good human. They do good things. They donate. They goodwill. They blah 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 blah. They're not good humans. And they're actually kind of sketchy considering what they can think, how their minds work. These are bad humans. And that they're doing this to those like myself and around things where they know that language is whatever it's meant to fuck with us emotionally, psychologically, harass, etc. They should also tell you what type of person hides behind. Thinking they'll never be found, never held accountable, never be consequence. And they'll never be known amongst their community or their family or their children. That's what they get up to in their freedom. Emotionally and mentally tormenting individuals around open and active investigations or in traumatic moments or some other blah blah blah. You know. So what you have here right in front of you. And look, they're gonna bring this up because things are in my life, so in a way it's waiting on it shit. Yeah, you carry on. Right. It's definitely targeted and directed at by a creator. If not a creator themselves. And they've gotten enough attention from me. Annual.
If you have Prime, you can.
And that's all they're gonna do. Enhanced, you care to grab its info. All the things, all the pretty things, send them to me. Do whatever y'all need to do to track it. I'll do whatever I need to on my end. I'll get there eventually. And then put it in the box. Looks like it's been bothering at least 3 other people. Looks like a gamer pickup account. Imagine that. Anyway. Do what y'all need to do with it and put it in the box. No, I really can. I really can. And I can turn over your links to law enforcement. See how that works. Also, do remember that when you do this shit to us, data exists behind what you're doing. You leave traces whether you like it or not, whether it's counted on this and other, scrambled, you know, all these things. It doesn't matter. It traces back to you all and what you do. Who you link with. Lies. How. Yeah. See, y'all do carry on. Don't care. Alright. I just told my game. It's legal. Whatever. Blah, blah. Blah, blah. Anyway. So now that we're to distract from what I was speaking about, hell of timing they have. I think. Don't you think? Alright, we'll just go back all the way over the piece. Because every time I want to do that, we'll do this.
Wells is still missing, and it's been 2.5 years at this point. Ronnie Lawson promised an update, and still nothing. I've given up hope on Hawkins County ever solving this case. Going by the sentence Sheriff Lawson's son got, it's hard to have faith in them honestly. TBI released a very short statement yesterday saying that they don't have the answers yet, but they are still investigating the circumstances surrounding Summer's disappearance. Do you remember from the beginning Don tried to push the abduction theory, and then he went further and pushed the theory that Summer was trafficked into Mexico? Why would his mind go immediately to that possibility, when there are so many other things that could have happened? He thought she was in some motel with a man, being beaten up and assaulted. That was his main theory, and he mentioned it so many times online. Never did he say maybe she wandered into the forest, or a wild animal caught her. Nothing. Just pushed the abduction and trafficking theory from the beginning. So, it was interesting to me yesterday when I heard the audio I'm about to play you. Robin Lane seems to be on board with this theory too. Talking about how trafficking is $1 million industry, and how lots of children are being trafficked. Turn your volume.
And this is where I was like, huh? And I don't keep up with her either, but most of her stuff I have heard sound somewhat sane for us, but I guess now everything's got that Mullins taste to it about Russia and Oregon this and whatever that, and like that fucking new search team feller, quackery, particle physics, Satanists, and an apologist for child abusers and necessary everywhere they can be fixed. That fellow from Annapolis who's an accountant with his team here. I guess we're on him. I don't know what's happening lately, but apparently at some point this one did this.
Volume up. The church audio was a bit soft, and take a listen.
I just want to praise the Lord for
Now I assume because he says church audio, maybe this is from the other night. On the second one, they held the thing at the church for Summer and all the other missing and murdered children, etc.
I don't know about you guys, but I just want to.
Turn your volume up. The church audio was a bit soft, and take a listen.
I just want to praise the Lord for what He's getting ready to do.
I just want to praise the Lord for the things He's getting ready to do in the lives of these children. Yeah, you heard that. Well, maybe not. But children.
I don't know about you guys, but
I don't know about you guys, but I'm truly like I think God's getting ready to perform. Alright.
Did you believe this? And if He doesn't,
And I truly believe this. And if He doesn't, I will still serve Him. Okay. If He doesn't, then, well, maybe He's got a completely different plan then. But no matter what, if He does intervene and rescue these children, now when I say these kids, I mean there are millions of these kids. Sex trafficking is $1 million industry. And we don't know what happened to these kids. We don't know what happened to these kids. We just... We don't know if they just ran off into the woods and got lost. What the fuck? What? Scarlet, fuck you. The only things that sound like riddles to you are shit that aren't meant for you. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry, weren't you aware I can't plain speak? I'm so inebriated and shit. My voice, you can't hear it. Whatever. I guess you should have kept up for several years. I'm sorry you think I speak in riddles. Some shit's not meant for you nor deliver me. And I don't have just one theory or anything like that. Because I still work for fires and business. Y'all can stick with whatever pet shit y'all want to. I ain't that bitch. It's weird they show up when I'm talking about ramen and talking about certain things, isn't it? Oh. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna play this whole thing again. Okay? With Robin's voice. Hold on. She can promise you there's a good number of them out there being trafficked. And she's a true believer that God will rescue and redeem? Redeem what? Innocent fucking children? What the fuck do you mean redeem? You mean they're abusers? Perpetrators? Redeem them like they're dirty cleanse, like they're false? What the fuck do you mean with that word redeem? Rescue and redeem. That would imply that it's geared towards the children of these crimes. Redeem them? They need redemption from what? Things perpetrated against them? As innocent children? Being dirty or something? What the fuck is this? This is as bad as listening to that fucking weirdo, the Joe the accountant fellow in his team. Man, fucking say what? I can't. And I hope that's just me taking it some type of way, but how do you mean rescue and redeem these children? They don't need redemption. Nor is there, or should there be any redemption for the perpetrator or perpetrators either, motherfuckers. There ain't no redemption for this type of shit. What the hell do y'all have hell for if you don't believe in it? You think everybody can just be like, I'm sorry. Whoops. Look, I dipped in the river and I'm saved now. And my name's Gacy and I get to hang out here with you. Fuck you mean? Y'all want this Dante's Inferno version of hell and then you ain't gonna use it? At least that? No, they redeem them all. Fuck you say. Science says no. Predators of that caliber cannot be redeemed, fixed, made better. And they are always a danger to society. More children, women, victims. Hell no! You don't fix that. There's no redemption for that. Nor do the victims of those perpetrators need redemption of any variety or redeemed for what's been done to them. God damn. Legend's so abusive, isn't it? You know, it's wild. It's like you don't even read your own shit. Which I know theirs is the Elamite shit, right? But you also have these or any Baptist, Christians, Abrahamic religions, you know, this other. And Jesus knowing it, you know, God. He can't, you know, he told people that if you couldn't keep your eyes and your hands to yourself in regards to lusting or looking at women or children, it's jab your own eyes out. Cut your own fucking hands off, that type of shit, you know. I mean, it's a possibility, Scout. It is indeed a possibility. He'll rescue and redeem these children, and he'll bring these children out of bondage in such a manner. Then we don't know where it went from there. I'm sure anybody listening, maybe the church stream might. I'm not interested. But I guess now that one's on the whole thing. And then the post, wherever the hell it's from, Don B shared. Now it's on this, there's a secret mission. And then darkness and whatever. And it's just got a hell of a feeling the last few days that some folks been trying to put light on certain shit. It's just got a weird ass feeling. Especially when you go all the way back to Origins and those tampering with everything from, well, instantaneously shit being woven, fairy tale fucked with from some of the darkest locally on the ground. Meeting tragedy pimps trying to fuck with it another way. People looking for ways to create chaos and mud and all this shit. I just all that's flavor. Anyway, let me get the link to this while it plays again. We don't know if they just ran off in the woods and got trafficked.
Still missing, and it's been 2.5 years at this point. Ronnie Lawson promised an update, and still nothing. I've given up hope on Hawkins County ever solving this case. Going by the sentence Sheriff Lawson son got, it's hard to have faith in them honestly. TBI released a very short statement yesterday saying that they don't have the answers yet, but they are still investigating the circumstances surrounding Summer's disappearance. Do you remember from the beginning Don tried to push the abduction theory, and then he went further and pushed the theory that Summer was trafficked into Mexico? Why would his mind go immediately to that possibility, when there are so many other things that could have happened? He thought she was in some motel with a man, being beaten up and assaulted. That was his main theory, and he mentioned it so many times online. Never did he say maybe she wandered into the forest, or a wild animal caught her, nothing. Just pushed the abduction and trafficking theory from the beginning. So, it was interesting to me yesterday when I heard the audio I'm about to play you. Robin Lane seems to be on board with this theory too. Talking about how trafficking is $1 million industry, and how lots of children are being trafficked. Turn your volume up, the church audio was a bit soft, and take a listen.
I just want to praise the Lord for what He's been doing today. I don't know about you guys, but I am not. I truly do believe this. And if He does it, then it's listen. And if He does it, maybe He's not. But no matter what He does, if He does it, there are billions of them. Sex trafficking is a $1 billion industry. We don't know about this. We don't know if they just bring off the words about us or if they were trafficking. We don't know. That proves to you that there's millions out there who are being trafficked. And I agree with you that God will rest and redeem and He will raise those things and bring these things out of the world. And then we're going to
I love purposeful arguments that are meant to elicit certain responses. There's an old do fill on it with other players field where, you know, they could get certain answers, database and shit. It's just like old times, it's great. Anyway, yeah. So there's that tonight. You remember all those events where her and like 4 others work together under other names? In here, have all these back and forth, one come in to do whatever, especially on the quieter nights when chat wasn't really rolling. even her pretending to be three people at once before the yells raincoat. That way Jenny and Adrian Rest could have me jump in and be like, oh, this is that, and blah, 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 right? Remember that type of manipulation? It was fucking wonderful. I seen it for what it was then, and it's not much change these days, but it was in order to get certain answers or responses. That way they could database those and blah, blah, and really thought I was fucking ignorant to those tactics too. It was great. Yep. It's fucking wonderful. Oh, gosh, I miss old times. Not really. Yep. Indeed, here's a script. Go in there and pretend to be four people tonight, do, and X, Y, Z, and this person, that person, and pretend Josie doesn't see clearly what you, blah, 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 or that people aren't Trojan horses or inserting everywhere, and some people don't like the games and all this, and help compile and whatever, but, you know, it was wonderful times. 3 or 4, same person, right? Different names. Been like, well, line. Take that and all the bullshit. Like, one team did one thing, one did the other, in order to get me to respond to, that way they get an answer for me, or something I thought, or something about whatever it was, that way they could get that database shit. Like I said, this place and the manipulation, it knows no bounds. Exactly. Some goofy shit. Always is one. Also, they helpfully keep track of the names of their 40Ls and the accounts and driveway markers on it. So they can go directly to chats, they recorded to do all that, to get those things. Especially after I noted their driveway markers that I sat back and watched for a while before mentioning those, and then they did it, stopped instantly. This place is pretty dark and deep. Yeah. They think they're master manipulators. They did a 3-week course online somewhere hosted by Benny Keys. I don't know. Fuck some. Really what it is a bunch of manipulators and cons and shit who use their wiring for the power of bad. And they already know how to do all these things because it's what they do in their real life. In terrible, evil ways. And so they just bring it over to this realm. While they pretend they're hunting or helping or for money or whatever, they know better. They're just tormenting the shit out of people. But they are, man. Some most of them haven't even taken a 3-week course. They're just using monster wiring. That's it. It's sad as hell. Anyway, here's Evil Exists link on to that bed. That way, I know it's faint, so y'all can hear yourself. Thanks, Evil Exists, for that. If they have any issue, let me know. No, Scooby Doo, I'm not. Have you not heard? Have you not watched me enough to know? All these years? Have you not caught any of the clip channels or anywhere else calling me a Satanist, all these things? Are you new here, Scooby Doo? I'm an atheist. Ooga booga. I eat the babies with ketchup and things. That's what I hear. So, yeah. That's what I hear. So, I don't know, man. I do all the sacrifices or something. There's little painted jewelry boxes involved. I hear there's death boxes. There's all these things. Wait, where the muertos items for cultural and whatever reasons they put them up over here and say I'm wearing horns and I'm saying this. I don't believe in either. So there's that. All right. I'm glad that was the question for the day, though. I heard that was another thing being put out last few nights again, too. Snowwater trolls are curious. Well, I might Scooby Doo. I might go to hell. I might. According to you. Lucky for me, I don't believe one. I'll take my chances. God. That's up to me. That's a personal choice. In this country, I have the freedom of and from religion, just as you do. Although they're skirting on that shit lately. Look, another troll. Bless. And they're bringing up religion, right? We've talked about it. Probably. Oh my god. Look, bro. Read your own Bible. You know what your own Bible says about judging people and that you're not supposed to be force feeding. Even Jesus and God say you ain't supposed to be going around preaching that shit. You ain't supposed to be shoving it down people's throats. To each his own. Your God says we all have free will. Does he not? We have free will. Therefore, I have the free will. So deigned by your God and my country to choose as I like. It's no business of yours. What the fuck I choose. But your God says for you not to be doing what you're doing. It's not up for you to decide either who does and does not go to hell. Now, is it? Why are you questioning God? Why are you trying to judge me? Hey, you know what? It's sinning that you're not even spelling what you're doing. That's sinning. You should probably look up all the things. I know you're a troll, but never. It's weird you pop up, isn't it? There's been so many. Anyway, nah, I have free will. You have free will. Under your God and country, and there's all these man-made laws as well, you know. Your God tells you not to be doing what you're doing right now. And you are not God, therefore you cannot say, and how do you know I'm on deathbed? I'm like, oh, I'm sorry for everything. I'm gonna get saved, and then I'm not in heaven because that's a lie. You can just do that on your deathbed. You sure can, and you go straight to heaven. I go. See how it works? So you don't. You prayed for people like me, right? And look, why are you questioning God? I mean, like seriously. God knows all. God has a plan for everyone, doesn't he? So maybe whatever end is his plan. So how dare you question God's plan? And do I see what's happening to Muslims? I see all of you fighting for stupid fucking reasons. I see both of you being very similar in Abrahamic religion and all this, and both of you are supposed to be wearing head coverings and shit, and all of you like, well, I don't know, spill blood across the earth for the longest time, and religions and tribalism and shit, but has existed, and I see all of you acting fucking stupid in the name of one God or the other. A whole lot of awful inhumanity under the name of religion, one variety or the other. Pain, destruction. I see religion taking over here. Same way. Trying to insert government. Trying to force and bend others to religion forced into government. That's how you get what the fuck's going on around the rest of the world. Certain religions too. You want to live free, you want to live under religion. Force it on. So don't judge one. Don't judge Muslims or Islam or anything else when you're doing the same and you're pushing them. So you end up there where you say stupid shit about Muslims or Islam in certain people's chat that fucking don't like any of the bullshit. So, anyway, yeah, I'm not cursing you in the least, and you know why you're here. You're trolling, Scooby Doo. All this is about taking off subjects so people at the end of the video last for 4 more fucking hours. And it's trolling. And you know it, and I know it. And so they see this garbage, and they never see the cream filling in the middle, right? Let's be real. That way, doofus like you and other creators, etc., can go on about this. You can get the content, clip-worthy shit, like our interactions now. But nobody ever hears the rest. Let's be real about what you're doing. Ooh, one day I will feel the wrath of God. Which one, Scooby Doo? Which one? Yours? Or all of them? Which God? Name that God specifically. For your information, I am. I've read the Bible. The Bible? The Bible? Would that be the Old or New Testament? And would that also include all the pieces removed and edited and all this shit over all the centuries by different religions or different people who didn't find certain things to suit their needs during certain periods of time throughout history, and they wanted to edit it out? If you went and searched for all those things? You ever wonder why all of Jesus' childhood is missing from asking for a friend? Now, you've read, I guess, at least one of your religious texts, but have you went around reading everybody else's? Hmm? You just study history and origins to go with them, any of that? Bro, it's real. Jesus died first. Okay, then leave me to mine. Anyway, so Jesus, right? And God. It's okay. Well, how do you know it's the right God, Scooby Doo? How do you know you're worshiping the right God? Because your argument, like most, is that the earth, all these other things, like, they didn't come from nothing. God created them. Okay, fine. God created everything. Jesus was here, he died for your sins, blah, blah, blah. Well, if something hadn't come from nothing, that means, well, some other bigger, badder God created your God. Now, don't it? He couldn't have come from nothing, right? So who created your God? Who created your Jesus? Which would mean you're worshiping your own God. Then if you follow that train of reasoning back, well, then you got a problem. Because it becomes, well, who created that God? And 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 then it turns out all of you assholes on the planet the whole time and worshiping all the wrong gods. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Something somewhere had to come from something or nothing or wherever, but reasoning would say you're all worshiping the wrong shit if indeed there is a God. I don't know what to tell you. Therefore, you should probably have more respect for one another in all the religions, just in case on the off chance you're all wrong about all the gods you're worshiping. Maybe you should just be good humans while you're on Earth. Hope for the best. Be a good, decent, kind of human being. Surely no good God would then judge you and deem you worthy to go to hell if you were a good human here on Earth. All because you didn't walk into a river and get saved. Baptized. Eat a cracker. Have a glass of wine. Representing. Whatever. Pray to whatever directions you want to. Burn incense. It's just whatever, you know. Magical underwear. I don't know. Y'all do all y'all. C.org. I don't give a shit. But surely no good God would judge a good human and fling them into some Dante's Inferno version of fiery pits. Which, by the way, your Bible never really described it. Never mind. Art, Renaissance, is going to escape you. Alright, so anyway. Yeah. I think being a good human on this planet is enough. Shit, I mean, no. Just be a good human. Anyway. And surely no good God of any variety would fling you into the pits of, or put you in purgatory, or wherever else. Now, I ain't much on the whole fucking 72 virgins shit. It's pretty gross, but each his own. But the whole thing is that I don't think any good God would judge a good human and do that to them. If he will take some of the most awful, evil people hidden behind collars, habits, hair coverings, most religious who pray whatever direction every day and all these other things, do all the things correctly, but are terrible fucking human beings on this earth or proclaim they're saved or this or that or devout. And then they'll go to whatever heaven or place they're meant to go after and be rewarded. Rewarded. I don't think so. I don't think those doing evil under the guise of name of or swearing they are religious while being awful human beings. Just saying they're saved and off, doing whatever, but it's always on the promise of some reward, isn't it? Nobody on this earth should do good out of the promise of reward or thinking that you should just do good and be a good human for human's sake. Not for the promise of reward or a next life where it's all shiny virgins, magical paintings. You know? That photo. So no, I figure any god that can take all the evil operating under it, under its name, and you know, and doing all the bad things, and those Christians who sin and judge and do whatever every day and wear their mixed fibers and tattoos and eat the bad shit, do all things, you know. Nah, if he can take them, he can take good humans who do it without promise or reward. If he can take those, he can take the others. And I don't see any loving God doing otherwise. Me, honestly, I don't know about you all, me, man, I don't want to be risen from the dead. I do not. Like, my worst nightmare is being arisen from anything at some point and having to live in some sort of fucking weirdoville where there's no pain, suffering, darkness, unhappiness. It's just like, you know, forced Smileville. It's like the worst. It's like my worst fucking nightmare, man. The fuck do I want that for? How do you know happiness without sadness? How do you know, light without dark? How do you know all these things that one? I don't live in a perpetual happy fucking ville. Like, the fuck is that? That's a nightmare, bro. It's not my thing. I also just want to die and just die. You know what I mean? Like, when I'm dead, I want to be dead. I want to be left alone. I don't want to be risen anywhere. I want to go back to ashes to ashes, dust to dust, you know, building blocks to the universe, atoms, all these things, you know. That's all I want, man. And I just want to, like, be. don't arise. I don't want any of that. You know? Yeah, I don't want any of that. Like, for me, I want dead to mean dead. That's it. That's my thing. Leave me the fuck alone. Leave me dead. You know what I mean? I don't want to go to some perpetual happyville. Fuck that. What's life if not all the things? And how do you know one thing without the opposite? Yeah. Nah. Good. I want dead to mean dead. Go back to fucking carbon and shit. No. That's it. That's all I'm asking. Y'all do you, I'll do me, blah blah. Anyway, probably was just coming in since I'm getting into this. Go back into the middles, because that's where you always find the stuff at. Because, you know, you always gotta deal with the build it, and then you gotta deal with the trolls at the end, and all this horse shittery to get off track, scrolling the yards. So generally, the end pieces are worthless, or most of the beginnings, and really in the 12-hour lives, when you're gonna go forwards in the middle, do whatever. Cause we've all got to do this for 6 hours, or shit, their days aren't complete, they don't get their clip shit, yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, same shit, different day, right? Right? Same shit, different year? Yeah. Same shit several years in a row? Absolutely, says PG. Alright, you guys. Just a second. Alright, so we're just gonna stop giving them their clicky content. Extended garbage. Tied all the bits in. Okay. Always provocateurs versus, isn't there? Anyway, there's some shit afoot I ain't liking the sound of. Sounds tell me that someone is creeping about. Still a bit off. I don't like it. On right now with obvious tragedy pimps on the ground and critters getting forced to shit. Being extraordinarily cautious, so I'm gonna slip out in the darkness for a bit. And then it looks like Little's message done with the teenage stuff, so we're now going to do after that cake and hopefully play some Mario Kart. So did all that and chill for the night. Nope, I don't think so. Nah, hell. Seriously? Hold on. You better not be doing what I think you do. Were you just trying to get comfortable? Please tell me that's what that was. Nope. It wasn't. Let me feel. Ah, fuck. That's why I did. Should have known. And the other day that was a mucus plug. Yep. And now we're. Yep. Yep. Not Braxton Hicks. Please, not tonight. I thought I had good humor. No, no, it's pretty close together. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Fuck. Fuck. Oh yeah. It's bad. My stomach muscles are tightening as I'm feeling this. As a human, I'm empathizing. I'm over here doing Lamaze and shit. Remember when I was young, cattle and things like that didn't do that, but after you go through the birth process yourself and all that, then it changed me. Even when I helped animals to see other do things or turn and breech babies and stuff with cattle and horses, foxes, whatever, just whatever critter. You would do it right along with them, you remember how that feels, and I guess your body just goes through it. Whereas when I was a kid and we were taught Yeah, you don't do that. You know, like, but once you become a mom of your own, it's this weird thing that I'm sure men, it's something they'll never do. I hear you. But we females do. We remember what it's like to give birth, and even when you're near a critter, you sympathize, and your body wants to react because you can feel them. You know what they're going through. So it's something, males don't. But, alright, buddy. I guess we're gonna. Can you hold that after birthday cake? No? Okay. I gotta go, guys. I. I gotta go. Oh. Yeah, I gotta go. Yeah, looks like Florida Rock keep opening their brakes. I don't think so. I think 2-3 days ago I did indeed see what I thought was mixed plug in. You heard me making fun of all the bathroom movements over here earlier. Now this, and yeah, I think it's time. Bless it and bless me, and oh God, you sure? Can we just hold on? Yeah, somebody thought this one was a bullet. So nobody checked. Don't ask. I'm busy bit runner. Yeah, I just took other people's word for it. So should not have done that. Anyway, I gotta go. I think. Let me feel. I knew you looked slimmer, but I got. Why not, man? This is birthday cake. This is Mario Kart night. I took little figures out what you're doing. Oh dear. Nah, it is again, isn't it? He's got a few good ones in some space. Nah, yeah. Yeah, fuck. You just banned Teletubbies on my lap. Seriously. Okay, I gotta go get all the goods I need. Yep. Alright, guys. Y'all do me a favor, share the DV/Universal Hand Signal for help. Y'all know the spell. If you don't, see when the other vids, okay? 1 o'clock. And please, as always, do share Summer's picture information. Call her by name. Y'all know what I mean by information, and that does not involve tragedy pimps, provocateurs, garbage. Any of us even speak around Summer's life, world, realm, witnessing that. It doesn't mean it means stick with local surrounding law enforcement, state police, TBI, FBI, Bobo, Ansley, those, okay? Alright? Y'all know what I mean. Also, Summer's Q&A on the Fed's website. Please share that. Please go make yourself work for your good and Summer's. So these tragedy pimps can't use you, mislead you, and keep y'all screwed up all the time. helping torment everybody else and thinking wrong things in there. It's some crazy stuff that, yeah, okay. Just for your own good and for Summers, please go make yourself aware of that. Can't find it easy by Fed's website. Please go search criteria Jeff Bobo, Rogers review Summer Wells inside of his articles. A great many of them is linked to that. Q&A over on the Fed's website, and also in a great many, he has copy and pasted the info there. Also, keep in mind that some of the cleanest and first interviews were conducted by Bobo. They're phone interviews and things. Some have been poofed, some not. But a lot of them are up here on Hawkins County News on YouTube. That place has amazing stuff. By the way, low views, and I don't know why. It's an amazing place to get your info. But Bobo's interviews are over there. They're also at Times News, and they're also at Rogers Review. They're some of the best. Ansley, others, a lot of the news stations from downstate, Knoxville area especially, from real investigative journalists. Definitely worth comparing what they were saying at the same time. News here was saying other things. There's probably a reason for that. Probably worth going for. Anyway, but you get my gist, right? My gist. Unlike lockdowns, hey, I'm on the roof. Do you get my grift? Yeah, I said gist. That was one over done. Brain went grift. I'm sorry, I had to have one last laugh. Also, I just want to put in here as one last little thing I meant to get to. Guys, I came across a thing today where a local teen had been shot, killed a week or so ago, etc. Alright? And weirdly enough, I mean, of course, certain eyes in certain jail cells would have had eyes on the news and TV. But it's weird this person has the exact description as to what's recently been put out by somebody. And I wonder if that's where the description came from. It's just a thought, though. Damn near matches to a T. I don't know. Still could be other things embedded in there, though. The hunting of putting out of certain shit to get those targeted, etc. But it just seems real weird to me. Something somebody would have seen on the news fits the description of something else. Yeah, I don't know. How's it feel for me? Alright. Kind of curly hair, shirt, features, pigmentation. It's, I don't know. Whatever. Anyway. Yeah, weird. I thought weird though. How certain people study everything in the news. And everything Summer Wells from night one and try to tell you they didn't even know she was missing until they had to break through the roadblock. Strange. Strange life test. Alright, guys. I'm out of here. Y'all wish me and this thing luck. And Little One. Man, I just want to get Mario Kart. But we'll have all that, I guess. All the things. And I don't know who's slipping out in the dark, but I no longer have time for that, so I'll just keep an eye and ear out. And they are on their circus way out. Most of them are here tonight. Is the main circus leaving. So yeah, you gotta try to get that last shit in there. And whatever nutters they set off on here, and they set off once they're back. Anyway, yep. Please share Summer's picture information. Call her by name. It's a good way to help bring her back to her community, her brothers, law enforcement, and courts, so she and they can tell her story with and for her, because they're the only ones that deserve to and need to be. Alright? And it's also a good way to hopefully shake loose the person or persons responsible, get them turned in, or maybe one day for them to get to do what's right and walk up the right steps. Call the police on themselves. No, they cannot outrun or outlast all the chaos or bullshit forever. Alright, yeah. enjoy your rotation and spinning and whatever. Depends on where you fall on that. Whatever you want. But enjoy the little blue speck run in the vast cosmos. I hope you all are happy, healthy, well. Remember, good pebbles, good sparks, one voice. They can all change the world, even if you feel like they can't. They can at least change the world for one person, if not the whole. It's the little things, guys. Much love.